Welcome back, gang. Hope you had a great week.
Mhm.
Everybody's still alive, which is fantastic. Um, Prayers and much love to Habiki whenever you listen to this. We miss you,
Mhm.
and we sorely
Me
need you,
too.
but we will do what we can. So, what happened previously on the Curse of Strahd adventure with Fables?
Tension,
Pain,
suffering, pain.
pain and suffering.
We got
Yes.
we got Red back and found some useful things that made him not be naked and unarmored,
Yep.
which was very convenient because no one wanted to see Red running around in a dress that was slightly too tight.
Red.
Sweet
Red
magical
was
ice.
too bad.
I wasn't
And then-
complaining.
Yep.
Ileena got a feeling that there's something in the castle that she should acquire, but she doesn't quite know what, but she knows where it is. Red had this little spiritual inner world discussion with his dad and found out who
Yeah,
it is.
that vision.
And it is definitely not just Eco from Guardians of the Galaxy 2.
Yeah, he was. So his name was Starble, and he presented himself as the one of the two who saved Strahd when he was but a non-vampiric baron or lord in some capacity. They saved him, taken care of his wounds, and because of that, since Starble was Vistani, he received the gift of that bound the Vistani people to Strahd and give them a place to live within Barovia and allow them to free travel therein. I'll continue. And then yes, we found a wonderful sword, Crusader sword, that wanted to just destroy evil in all its might, and like a disappointed parent, Red convinced otherwise. Through the genius of the party, we managed to find out that there was teleporting traps within the castle, and there's a lot of teleporting shenanigans. We tried to find a way to escape and ended up in a flooded and foul-smelling room. And as we entered, we were beset upon by these rotten
Zambies.
Mhm.
Exactly. Zombies. That, as they attacked and were attacked, severed into more undead that attacked us. After vanquishing such foes, we rose up against the wall that bordered this foul-smelling room and came across a brazier, flanked by two knights. Through genius deduction on the part of Rory, obviously, we found out that it was a teleportation brazier, and depending on the stone that is thrown within it, would teleport us to some part of godforsaken Barovia. Instead,
And we
our
said
mission was not
goodbye
done.
to our werewolf friend.
Amir. His name was Amir, right?
Emil.
Yeah.
Yes, Emil.
Emil. His name was Emil, and he left without, with only but a call for help. That if we are ever in the area of the mountains of Barovia, that we seek out him and his people to aid them in their plight. With a not tearful goodbye, we pushed on because we had things to do. We went through the graves, found many humorous tombs, before finally coming across the the tomb of Starble. What's his last name?
Viari.
Yeah.
Starble Viari. It was but a hole into the ground after a confrontation between Rory and Red that discovered latent powers within them, and a tense standoff there was making up, and a promise to be better, to have a better relationship. The party flew down the stairs and came across coffins as far as the eye could see, and but a sweet loot in the center. Upon touching it, Red's mind was filled with visions and then the presence of Starble, who tried to get in. After what seems like a possession, Starble revealed his true colors as a manipulative monster who has given birth to many children that now lay rest within these coffins. With but a
Turns out he really was ego.
Oh,
but
you.
an adjustment of his invisible tie and a straight face, the coffins now rise again to take arms. Is that everything?
Sounds like everything to me. Ireena did get a fancy new weapon. the thigh bone
yes,
of
it
Saint
is.
Markovia, which we will have to be careful with since it will disintegrate if used uncarefully. But it's definitely an endgame weapon to keep in the back pocket for running into Strahd.
In the pocket Strahd with a thigh bone.
Hmm.
Oh my god. Ireena's gonna destroy Strahd with a thigh. Oh, no, sorry, that's a little. I'm so sorry. I am so
It's okay, we got there. It's all good.
Saintly thighs save lives.
Oh
Yeah.
my goodness.
Yeah,
Saintly thighs save lives.
we got it. Nice.
Now, I will say, that femur be thick.
Oh
There's a
my
reason
goodness.
it's bound up in gold bars, or gold rings. Anyway, we begin. So, as Matt so eloquently intimated, you are in a burial chamber that seems to have been clawed out of the earth with bare, bloodied fingers down here. It's barely 6 feet to the ceiling, and it stretches out a good 30 feet long, and it's dark in here. But Red has a glowing sword, you have light spells, you should be okay. A couple of you have dark vision. One of you has amazing dark vision and is invisible in the dark, and it's wonderful.
Yep.
All these amenities beside, you are met with the look of this very not Red-like demeanor on Red, as he looks at the rest of you, and he says, "At last, I can walk again." And all the coffins begin opening up.
Am
I give him this.
Oh, that's not spooky at all.
I give him this. Ah, come on, dude. Look, and like, if you really think that Red's will is this weak, then you are gravely mistaken.
Matt, you had a question before I answer that?
Am I actually possessed? Because
No.
of wisdom?
You survived the wisdom saving throw, but you wanted to see how it played out, if I remember correctly.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
So, if you would all like to roll initiative, Redmond, with your allowance, you will turn to Rory and say, very sorry about this. My son, I'm sure he was a good man, but he's not me. And I need this vessel to walk out of here. I finally have a way out. And you can see underneath his helmet, there's just the biggest grin. It looks horrendously wolfish with the glamour effect of the armor.
I like that.
We still need to be dropped on the right map again. You guys
Oh!
still on
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
let's do that.
sorry, I was on the right map. I forgot to move the tab over. There we go.
Don't worry about the top.
Ah.
Give him a slight little smile again.
Oh, what's this?
You're forgetting stuff again. After all, it's still the matter of the Lord that you are sworn to serve.
Redmond will shake his head and say, Strahd has no power over this vessel. This vessel is empty. It has no soul. I can walk right on out of here. He can't hold me back. Finally, I can get away from that monster. When I shook his hand, I didn't ask for this. I didn't ask for any of this. And he points over the room, and you can see withered white corpses of various races pulling themselves up out of these coffins. You can't really tell features to see if they're related, but context clues would imply that these are his many children who have come to Barovia to rescue him over the millennia. And they all have failed for one reason or another. And now you just see pictures of death. They have white skin pulled tight and taut over bones that chatter underneath. There's not much rot to them. These look like bodies that have been frozen, blasted with cold. And they've done, seems to have done all of their rotting in the icy cold. They're White Walkers, basically.
White Walkers.
So we shall begin. Believe that's
Is
we
is the stream
need.
on?
That's a good question. Mia, is the stream on?
The screen is up, yeah.
Beauty. We need an initiative from Redmond.
I will log should have preloaded all my sheets because this might take some
That's okay. I can do it while you're getting everything set up. I doubt you will be first. You're not the most dexterous of fellow.
Speaking from experience, I would recommend at least making like several groups of whites instead of having all of them move at the same turn.
Several groups of whites. This is a good plan.
Because I know how it went when I did that with like 8 enemies. It was just like, okay,
I
he's
mean-
going back, and he's going back,
like,
and he's going back. Takes like
only
10
3 of-
minutes, and then someone takes like 80 damage in like 1 turn.
That's true.
Three of them can attack this.
Tell you what, we'll do it in 2 groups, 7 and 7.
Sounds good.
So here,
Watch the other group get a 10 as well.
yeah.
It would be kind of funny.
Alright.
Boom. Yep.
Basically the same.
Yep.
Oh my
Yep.
god.
So,
No joke sometimes.
Here, let's put these ones at a 1 instead. So what we'll do is, well, I mean, the dice have spoken, but I am God.
yep.
Good line. I will steal that.
You're welcome. Yes, so what we'll say is that the whites that stood up first, the younger whites will get up first. The other whites there are a little slow on the uptake because they've been here a little longer.
Smart.
Yes. Any questions about what's going on in the mind space, Redmond, as I distribute these groups?
I like to think that Red is kind of like in his headspace, in his mind space, and next to him is this kind of physical manifestation of the armor, and to his right is kind of this humanoid physical manifestation of the sword, right?
Mhm.
And it's in this. It's like it's like a podium, I suppose, and he sees his father from behind on this podium, giving the speech, talking, moving as he does, and his face is kind of shifting and contorting.
Mhm.
And Red goes out. Fuck! You read into my mind. No, Red kind of looks to his companions to the left and right, touches them on the shoulder, beckon them to follow him, and then walks up slowly to the top of the podium. Kind of taps his father on the shoulder. His eyes a serene blue. I agree, they're not green. His father, this is not what you promised. You lied to me.
He turns around and looks at you, thinking, like he's won. You can see it in his face, and he says, "My son, I only told you what you needed to hear to get your task finished. I loved your mother,
That's why.
but I
put a
love
tumor in her
myself,
head.
and that is why you were born. That is why you were all born. Son, I entered the contract I didn't understand, and I cursed our whole people. I shouldn't have to bear the front of that. I shouldn't have to bear the brunt of that. You understand, don't you? You understand forgiveness and being set free?"
I understand. Forgive me, Father. Or I will put this right. And then can I kick him off the podium? Like,
Yeah.
Yeah,
So we will resolve that on your turn.
yes. Like,
But for now, since this is internal, we'll continue outside of the game with Riley's turn. What is Volk going to do?
Erupting Earth. If I'm allowed to go diagonal, this is where I'd like to go.
You are allowed to go diagonal.
Alright, this is where I'm gonna go. Erupting Earth.
All right.
Let's hope it is.
So we
high
need some
damage
saves, don't we?
roll.
This is a...
It's not a high damage
Dex
roll,
save.
but
That's pretty
whatever.
the prone might be helpful as well. So let's... I'll do
I'll share the.
a dex save for each group, just to make things simple.
Yep.
Actually, how many are you getting in this?
7.
3, 6, 7. I could probably do 7 in a row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4 of them failed.
4
Which
failed.
means they take 10 damage.
Okay, beautiful.
3d12, 10 damage. This is not a great roll. The other 3 take half as much though, so they still take 5.
Okay.
Says nothing about prone.
Oh, I thought it knocked everybody over. I know it's difficult
No,
to rain now.
but it is difficult to rain.
Not for the
So,
Yana.
Volk,
No.
seeing all these things just crawling up out of their coffins, is like, no!
Yeah, so you do your earthbending maneuvers, and
Maneuvers.
the earth erupts under the feet of these things, and it's not too difficult in this place. As I suggested earlier, this place seems to have been bored out by bare hands over the centuries. So the earth is already loose. You just sort of cause it to buckle under these things, and they stumble as stone spires come up out of the ground and hit their cold, hard bodies.
I don't like this.
I remembered I have to play Ireena as well, so
If you would like, she can go on your initiative just to make things simpler.
I mean, she is in theory going on.
I mean,
mine
she is,
because-
basically.
That's true. That's
but
true.
If you want to, we can.
I was intending on her being more of a sidekick character. I haven't looked at the sidekick rules in a while. But if it becomes too much of a burden, I can take over her again.
Oh no, I don't mind, like, at all. It's just, I mean, if we want her to go on the same initiative, that would make things easier, I think.
It makes things simpler. My
we
initial
can go
conceit for
with,
her was she was going to be like there are like squire rules in the DMG. I was intending to use her like that, but she's kind of just a secondary PC. Anyway,
I once had a squire.
anything else, Volk?
I don't think so.
You are directly in front of a white.
I realize that. I don't think there's anything I can do about that, though. Because if I move, it could attack me.
This is very true. In that case, we will move on to Diana's turn.
Okay, what's the lighting like?
Well, Redmond's sword glows, and he doesn't have an adequate scabbard. So that's 15 feet, 30 feet of dim light, 15 feet of bright light. So you can basically see everything down here without dark vision.
Okay. In that case, I'm gonna cast Fairy Fire on that area that Volk cast, because that seems to be a good
All right, another dex save, I think.
Good. option. Yep, all deck saves to all 7 of those guys.
2, 3, 4, 5,
Five,
6,
six.
7.
Jesus.
Ooh, we got a crit. So that's
Nice.
3 failures.
3 of them fail.
Do you have a preference for which 3?
I not particularly.
Okay, I'll do the 3 closest because I'm imagining that they're the ones you're going to hit first.
Yeah.
If that is acceptable.
Yeah, that's fine.
What's a good
I
fairy
guess we
fire
didn't
symbol?
really just determine which ones failed the dex check, did we?
I chose that one at random.
You.
I figured it
you
wouldn't
just
matter
chose
that much.
randomly, yeah.
Yeah, because it's just damage. There's no special effects on it.
Yeah.
Usually top to bottom, left to right works best for me.
Yeah, I went right to left that time because from point of origin, but left to right is also it's more consistent. Anyway,
Okay,
yes.
yeah, so those 3 whites are glowing with like a very pale bluish grey radiance. That I would try to move, but I guess I'd try to move there.
Mhm.
No way. That yeah, I'll stay there. I feel like I'm not gonna be able to body block anyone from where I am now.
Fair
so,
enough.
Yeah, that's
Movement
it.
is something Diana is excellent at.
Yeah, if I would try to get in the way, but hair or hair, just they can still get to Volk either way. So I'll just stay where I am to not take the opportunity attack.
Okie doke.
Yeah, that's the end of my turn.
That brings us to Rory and Ireena, the power couple.
Yeah. First
Everything
of all,
Sappho dreamed of.
Avengers sense on thing, so DC 15 charisma save.
Mhm.
Ignore sneak attack roll. I don't know why it gets applied even though it's not an attack.
Oh, that's a
Lovely.
7, my dude. I
Okay.
don't think that's going to do it.
And then I'm gonna use my lovely silver rapier and plunge it into the thing in the top. That thing doesn't have anything specific on it, so it's just normal. So 26 to hit, and I forgot to put the thingy. It does 6 more radiant damage.
Okay.
So it takes 15 radiant, 12 piercing.
15 radiant, 12 piercing.
Nice.
And then Ireena is gonna attack this one. 5
All right.
with the short sword. Pop, pop. 15 and 20.
15 and 20. They will both hit. She's attacking the one to the south of her?
Nah, the one in front of Rory.
Gotcha.
And she is, because she has it, right? She used a spell slot before, because she's missing one. Alright, she used ceremony. But she
Yeah,
used
that's right.
the ritual.
That is also correct. I may have done that wrong.
Yeah, but she's gonna... If I find... Do we have it for rolling here?
Doesn't-
Yeah, she's gonna smite him that one. Oh,
Doesn't
I
like
like
the
smite. That is not right. That is not the D8. It should be 2D8.
Paladins don't get ritual casting. No.
That would be why she lost the slot. Thank you, friends.
Yeah, and
I may have
think
programmed the
it's
smite wrong.
Yeah,
Sorry.
It is. Yeah. I will change it real quick.
Oh, I think I set it up to do 1d8 at a time.
Yeah,
Just to keep things, because I don't know what you're going to be attacking with it.
true. But yeah, she attacks that thing with both attacks and the smite.
And a smite.
And I think that thing takes extra because undead.
Takes an additional 1d8.
Yeah, so it takes 9 radiant.
Mhm.
Lovely.
Yeah, so the two of you, like so many glowing Avengers, fling out your attacks, and the whites cringe at the light, but they seem unperturbed and remain on their shaky feet.
Lovely.
White Group 1 gets to go. So these glowing whites are going to swing on you, Diana. First, we're going to swing with a longsword. I don't think that's going to hit. But it's going to follow this up. As it swings with an uppercut, it's going to follow up with a hand and attempt to touch you on the face.
Oh no, bad touch.
Bad touch. Also not going to hit, I think.
I do not consent.
I think you're good. Yeah, it continues. Its fellow continues pressing the attack. We're going to follow up. This one's going to try to touch first. Bad touch first. And then follow up with a sword. That's
That
a
misses.
misses. Right. Dual wielder. This white, thinking that red is still on its side, is going to hop instead and also attack Diana. The aggro machine. It's going to attack twice with its longsword. Two misses. See, this is why balance is a myth, guys. They
Balance is a myth when whether you hit or miss depends on dice rolls.
This white is going to step out of the erupted earth around his feet, and it's going to take 2 longbow shots at Volk.
Oh,
I think that's the wrong
Oh
one.
no.
That's red group. Red
Ouch.
group 1, not 10.
My apologies. You are correct. It would be this one then.
What?
It can still get outside and do the same shot. So that's going to
Okay.
be 18 damage, piercing.
Yikes.
It's going to follow this up
Ah.
with a second.
Does it have
Shot.
advantage? Because otherwise it's only 10.
You're right, it's only
Not
10.
hit.
Thank you. So it's
Oh,
only 10.
It's a lot better.
I forgot, it
Only
does
like
not have
4
advantage.
HP gone in one
Oh.
hit.
You should put advantage toggle.
This is
no,
a
it-
not
good
automatically
suggestion.
advantage.
It is very tedious to do that for mobs. Because they are like pre-set up, and if you want to do that, you would have to do it for every single thing, and
This
it's
is
like
true.
dozens upon dozens.
Anyway, it takes some shots at you, and then this white is going to step back out of the erupted earth and it is going to try to shoot through its fellows and hit Diana. So Diana, you have some cover, and I remember my DM screen, so I actually get to double check what they are. I don't have to ask.
3
Plus 2 to AC.
Yeah.
So he would need a 21 to hit you, I think? Because you have a 19 AC or an 18 AC? Sora?
Dora's dead.
Oh no!
No, we just cancelled her.
It's true.
Goes hit my arrow. Was like, fuck this shit, I'm out.
Neither hit anyway. Fling fling. This one... I mean, Diana's the only viable target, so it's also going to shoot. Ooh! So both hit. So that's going to be 6 piercing total.
That's pretty low.
Alrighty. And 2 con saves for Fairy Fire.
Oh yeah, you're fine.
You got hit before as well, with the 10.
Oh, sorry. My damage stopped. How much was the damage for the previous one?
10.
10. Wait, which one was that?
This was when the sword attack, the first one to attack you. I forgot that one.
Yeah, the one with the critical advantage.
Oh, did it have advantage? Wait, did it have advantage?
It didn't have advantage, it was only
Oh,
It just shows the one with advantage.
okay.
Yeah, this was the first attack I did in the mess.
Succeeds. They shouldn't be at advantage, so, but that succeeds still.
Okay. Yeah, so Fairy Fire stays up. The first round of whites has had their turn. Now Ezmerelda...
One in front of Rory is still missing.
You're right. I am very bad at combat still. Bad touch on Rory? Every time. So 3 necrotic, and now I would like Rory to make a constitution saving throw, please.
I'm very bad at those.
Yep. So your hit point max is reduced by 3 until you finish a long rest.
Hey, I know this one.
It's going to follow this up with a longsword attack as well. Miss.
And also
So that's-
familiar feeling.
1, 2, 3.
What about the puppies? Oh. Are you leaving? Okay, bye.
Bye.
Sorry, that was
7.
my parents.
That's all of them. I got them all.
Puppies are gone.
No, the puppies aren't going, but my parents are, because they're going to be
Ah.
with my sister.
Thank God, puppies are still there.
Esmeralda's here again, Drew. What's she gonna do?
I'm gonna shout that I'm going to hold the back ones, and I will use. I guess I will use web on the creatures that are in front of Diana.
Okay.
And
In the erupting earth region?
Yeah, but just a regular cube.
Okay.
It's 20 by 20. Right?
Okay. So would you like to
Yeah,
get these fellows?
This one's. Like
Yeah, I see. I see what you're doing.
Mhm.
So that's going to be
Uh,
6
web.
dex
Just
throws,
stack
I
them up
believe.
on them.
Dex throw, yeah.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay.
So
Nice,
2
nice.
successes.
Uh,
Do you have a preference on which to succeed?
I always use it like clockwise, so
Fair enough. Then we go boop, boop, boop. So
last one and the one on 6 o'clock. And 6 o'clock and 9 o'clock, basically, right?
that sounds right. So this fellow's fine, but this guy is stuck.
So
Stuck.
everyone else is stuck, and they need to use their action to get out. To try to get out.
Mhm.
Strength check, yeah, against my spell DC. For now, I will just stay there and just mutter under my breath that it's always family issues in this part, and that.
Nice.
All right. We come at last to Redmond. So Redmond, you Sparta kick your father off this podium.
Status effects.
I
What's that?
suppose, yes. Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, yes.
Hello?
Yep,
Yeah.
we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, that's exactly what happened.
Okay. Yes. So you come up to your father, and he shakes his head and he says, son, sit down. You can have it back when I'm done with it." And then you shove him, and the look of shock on his face is genuine, and it's completely unexpected. And then you take your body back, and you come back to full awareness of yourself. You're holding this lute in one hand, and these army of wights are around you, and you can feel just anger radiating off of this instrument.
Mm-hmm.
Smash it. Smash it.
Smash it.
Is it?
Oh, it's into fire.
Throw it into. I can't. It's still my father. So before kind of I come to, I guess, like that
Still his
inner.
father. Fucking hell.
Maybe your father, boy.
Senseless,
But he is your daddy.
Stab him. Murder him.
Okay.
Imprison him.
Okay, going.
Pain. Suffering. Please.
Time finish.
Yeah, let Matt talk.
Before coming to I suppose, Red will say, I will do what you cannot, Father. If you had to ask nicely, I would have gone to the ends of the earth. But now I must protect those closer to me. And then I guess come to. And I guess I could use my action. I will turn for this. I will, if need be, I will say to these white, I will just bellow out in this loud, raucous voice, saying, "Brothers, sisters, this betrayal, this love you have felt that drew you here, that has now been contorted to anger and hatred and hate for life. I embody the source of it all. Turn that anger to me. Let me bear under your blows so that you may exhaust it until there's nothing left." I guess basically just try and taunt everyone to attack me, I suppose.
All right.
And,
You want to draw the aggro.
I want to draw the aggro, and then I guess as a bonus action, would that be my action to say that?
Well, that depends. I would like you to make an Arcana check. I know it's not your strong suit.
Oh,
I will allow you to do an insight check instead,
I would like that.
since you had him in your head.
Yeah. It seems pretty good.
Yeah. This instrument, being of your father's make, and these children being under your father's command, if you can play this instrument successfully, you will be able to command these whites.
Yes.
If you do it successfully.
And I...
That will be your action. Otherwise, it'll be up to the whites who they attack.
I will take the instrument. Oh, is the action to do the insight check, or is the action?
The insight check was automatic. You went forward and said this thing, talking is a free action. So, it is up to you how you want to spend your action after this point. But you now have this information to, slide into your portfolio of actionable things.
Wonderful. Okay. Then, so what I would like to do is, I would like to cast this as a bonus action, as this red breathes very slightly. I would like to cast it just in case she goes down. He picks
Hell
up the
yeah.
instrument, and almost as if remembering thoughts of his mother, and then slowly those thoughts of his mother and new memories of his father are replaced with the encounters with his friends, the encounters he had with his friends when they went to the death house, when they met the hag, when they went to Vallaki for the first time and saw its towering houses. He'll start to play.
Okay.
flute
So,
with them.
with memories of your mother fresh in your mind, I would like you to make a wisdom saving throw. And remember, you do have a session advantage.
I would like to use the session advantage, please.
Good idea. When did the Amat tells you to?
19.
Yeah.
Let's go.
So you begin playing this music, and you can feel your father trying to crawl his way back into your head. And you can feel something tearing inside your psyche, but it doesn't manage to get enough purchase. So you manage to play this song, and your voice takes on a lyrical quality as you speak. And Diana's blades actually resonate with this. There's always sort of a hum to the dancers' blades, but as soon as Redmond starts playing on this instrument, they seem to hum along and attune to the music. So Redmond, you command these wights. What would you like to tell them to do? What would you like them to do?
Yeah, I say, brothers and sisters, that I regret to have not known. It's time to rest for one final time. Please sleep and wake no more.
Okay.
I guess that'll be it. That'll be the end of my turn.
They look at you with slack-jawed expressions. And then it is their turn. And you watch as the first group shuffle back to their coffins, such as they can. They have to pull themselves out of webbing and climb over erupted earth. And they lay themselves back in their coffins, groaning and sighing as they do so. And as they do, they lay their hands back over their chests with their swords in the center, all of them in the exact same position. They look like the statues you would see carved on the faces of old European monarchs' tombs, where they're just cold and gray, sleeping there in an endless sleep. But you can still see hatred shimmering underneath.
Mm-hmm.
We come to Volk. Now, Volk, are you going to interrupt this process?
I see that something is happening, and, like, clearly Red has some sort of influence over these things. I'm going to let it happen.
Okay.
I'm gonna take whatever, like, defense action or dodge action or whatever that... I don't know. I don't remember what exactly it does.
All right.
The dodge action, attack rolls against me are at a disadvantage. That's all. That is my action.
All right. We still have Diana, Rory, and Ireena to go before the rest of the whites get to move. So, Astora, how is Diana going to approach the situation?
Diana will just Volk, stay wary of the whites, but not do anything to interrupt what's happening now. So she's just gonna take the dodge action.
Okay.
And she'll say to sorry, my dad was just she'll say to Redmond, where did you learn to play like that? And yeah, that's it.
Okay, I'll wait until my turn to say anything.
So no, you can respond now if you want.
Talking's free.
I'll say, it's like I've known how to do this my whole life, but can only do it now. He's like openly sobbing at this point.
You know.
Okay.
So, we come to Rory and Ireena.
They just sheath my weapons and look at Ireena and like, I told them he's underestimating Red. I mean, if I know one thing about Sir Gil over here is that he has the thickest skull out of all of us.
She smiles and puts her short sword back in her scabbard, and she nods at Red. And when you don't do anything, she goes like, hug.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hug him.
Like the what? Oh, me, him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then I will look at this one. I guess this one is still out there, so I gently stroll past him. Look at him like, yeah. Like just look at the Red neck. Red, you did good. And very awkwardly like try to signal a hug.
Yeah, the red's loot in hand, I suppose, in the left hand, just not even looking, just kind of goes around, just openly sobbing and hugs Rory, over the shoulder, and just tears running down his face, dripping onto your shoulder, and things like this.
Okay.
Just keep petting like his back or back of them or whatever. Just, it's okay. You did good.
Now the rest of the whites get to go. And they continue shuffling back to their coffins. We are out of initiative at this point.
Thank God.
And each white in turn will make eye contact with you, Red. And they will just incline their heads in like a sort of almost a bowing motion, and then lay down themselves in their coffins.
Just think, each of these whites could have been like, you know, a potential friend or family member or someone to be close with, and now they're just dead under Castle Ravenloft, forgotten.
Family
That's so sad.
members corrupted by the field of undeath. Not the hate I would impose on everyone. Disgusting.
I'm so sorry, everyone.
They deserve rest. Eternal. They're still under the control of whatever reason that, right?
I think so. My father lied to me, and because of that, because I couldn't see through it, you all put in danger, and I am so sorry.
Well, you managed to pull through. At least that. We need to get out of this place.
But if I didn't, you would have all been in danger.
It's not. You didn't know. It's not your fault. I'm sure that if you weren't here, then we would have come down here anyway. Just to see
Probably.
what it was.
Maybe.
Speaking from experience, even if we know better, we still long for that which we cannot have, which I guess for almost all of us is a normal family that's just loving parents, loving siblings.
We're all a
It
bunch
is
of
not your
idiots.
fault.
It turns out.
I don't think any of us has a good relationship with our father. Ireena looks around at everybody.
How about you, actually?
One kidnapped
Who?
people for the second million, so yeah, I guess. Anyway,
Parents kinda... if I ever become a mother, I will try to be better. Not that hard for my parents, okay?
Volk like leans their head against Rory's shoulder and like, you already are.
As you say
not
this,
actually-
oh, sorry. This is more
I was
important.
just
I can do it in a minute.
Oh, okay. My mother threw my father into the spider pits. That's what happens to a lot of the males in the Underdark.
Sounds like a normal Drow relationship.
I am
I'm not
so
that good.
I don't know what
Unfortunately,
spider pits are, but that doesn't sound fun.
it's exactly what you think it is.
I am
It is quite fun for the females, apparently.
Give Matt a chance to respond. Sorry.
It's okay. It's been a week. We might get some
It's okay.
Gang.
I'm trying to pay attention
Um,
for who's the most polite, and I'm trying to give them a chance to talk.
Sorry, gang. I am so sorry, Dad. I mean, maybe this is insignificant comparison, but I like
No.
to think that at the end of the day, what we've all experienced together, we could be family.
Mm.
Brothers and sisters.
I think so too. Don't worry. I want to be more open with everyone. I don't know really. I thought I should share something that you all were sharing.
Yeah. I appreciate that. Thank you.
So during this
Cool.
conversation, sorry.
No, you go first.
If there's more RP, this is going to end the RP. So,
Oh, okay. I was gonna say to Diana, it says every I gotta get on my emotional voice. Every day that goes by, I am so happy to be with all of you. And Diana, every day you keep trying, and it's what helps keep me going as well. Thank you.
Oh my god.
No.
Fucking got him.
Did I see you crying?
Diana tries very hard to hold back tears, but you can definitely, there are definitely some like welling up in her eyes. So.
Just Diana, of course.
Red is like openly sobbing. He can't see your tears through his tears. You cry, I cry, we all cry.
I don't know. It's strange to hear that from you, I guess, because you know I don't know. I feel the same about you. I suppose we're each other's rocks.
Yeah. Sorry, Spencer, for interrupting you earlier. Feel free to continue.
It's okay.
Anything if you like.
Volk, this talk about family and the hugs, you can feel that similar sensation of remembering a memory that isn't yours coming on. And similar to before you experimented with Ireena, you can, with your awakened mind ability, or that's the warlock pact feature, but with your telepathic ability.
My feat is telepathic, yes.
Yes, you can take people with you on this vision. And the bonds of family, you can see they're almost tangible here, like silken cords tying all of you together. Would you like to pull on them and bring them with you?
Of course. More fun that way.
Oh my goodness. We're all in this together, gang.
Yeah, so the lot of you.
I feel like the easiest strings to tug are Ireena and Rory, and then like at first they're only gonna bring them, but then they notice like they can feel the tangible connections to the others, and they're like grab, pull.
And then Ezmerelda's just standing there. You might as well bring her. Don't want to leave her out.
Yeah.
Where's Esmeralda? Esmeralda, she's concerned with bodies on the floor, so don't worry about it.
Let the bodies hit the floor.
Well, you're welcome to come or not. Either way, the vision is such. The experience is like dreaming. It's not scary, it's not startling, it's just all of a sudden you are in a different place in a different time. You are in the body of Strahd, a young Strahd. He is standing in front of a throne, upon which is an old man, streaked, his white hair, his black hair streaked with grey, and this man is giving him a dressing down. He's saying, "How could you do this to our family, our name?
Uh-oh.
We were the Underkingdom of Netheril. We had all of their disdain to deal with, but we survived. We survived the collapse and the implosion of the myth. Fuck, what is it called? The Weave. We survived Mithril's death and the collapse of the Weave. We did it. We have built ourselves back up. We have pushed back against the elves. We have conquered. We have taken. We did that with our blood, our bones, our sacrifices. And you kill your sister, your mother's sister here in our own home. I cannot believe you would do this thing. How you would disgrace our name, our blood. Think of it. Disgust me. You disgust me, Strahd von Zervich. You are no son of mine." And Strahd doesn't really offer much resistance. He takes the beating, standing there with his arms behind his back, his jaw set. And he looks up at his father and he says, "What would you have me do? I did what I thought I must, and I will do it again, whatever it takes. And his father, King Barav, looks down at him, and he sneers, and he says, "It's not even that you killed her. It's not like my blood is clean of our relatives. It's that you killed her here, in our home. Your brother found you with her. Your mother, she is still crying. You have made such a mess of things." He thinks for a minute, settles back down, and then a smirk crosses his face, and he says, "I know what you can do for me. Conquer the valley between the Balanak Mountains." And Strahd immediately lurches, startled, and he says, "Father, the elves have held that land against the highest mages of Netheril. There's no way." And King Barav raises his hand, and Strahd immediately falls silent, and he says, "I don't care. You will do this for me. You will root out the elves. You will conquer what our forefathers will not. You will name this land after me. You will marry a woman. You will have a son. You will name him Barav II. He will carry our name. Then I might consider restoring your titles. For now, you're barely a prince. I wouldn't even call you a count. Be gone. You're not welcome in these halls. You're not welcome in my presence. I don't want to see your face until the elves are driven out. And the lands all up the Sword Coast are ours." And Strahd hangs his head, but nods, and then leaves with his fists clenched. And as he leaves, he can hear his mother weeping despondently in the other room. And he catches the eye of his brother, who is standing outside the hall where he just had a talk with King Barav. And his brother Sergei makes eye contact, just a look of horror on his face. And he just shakes his head, and he says, "No," and then leaves. Then we return to the present. You awaken in your bodies with this insight into the character of Strahd's father.
I'm starting to sympathize with Strahd. This is bad.
Don't, please.
At least it's me and not Rory, for now.
Oh shit. As a player and a character, I'm like, God isn't too bad, okay? Like,
The way that I see it is there are certain fundamental aspects of personality that are established in early life. And there are certain things that Strahd has done which could be seen as a result of his upbringing. However, there are certain places where he made a choice. And like if Volk had made different choices, Volk would be a very bad person. But because of the specific choices that each of our characters made, they have ended up being, well, not absolute monsters. Like our
Yes.
good friend Strahd, who is an absolute monster because of the choices that he made. You can have a shitty life, but make choices to be like, no, I am not going to, I'm not going to go into this. Like, Strahd had a choice here. He could have said, you know what? I don't care about my dad's approval. My brother is in a, in a situation where he is the only person that I care about in the world. The only reason I'm doing what my father is telling me to do is to please, to protect my brother. I'm gonna kidnap my brother, and we're gonna go the heck across the world, and we're gonna go live somewhere else, and we're gonna be safe from all of this, shit that we've gone through.
But
He could have done that, but he didn't.
the thing is, abuse does not justify, like, being the recipient of abuse does not justify being abusive.
Being abuser, exactly.
Yeah, so that's
The
I
the
mean,
cycle of
going
the cycle
on.
of violence is the cycle of violence is tragic, but like you can still, once the abused becomes the abuser, once they are in a place of power, that is the point at which you can start blaming that person, because like it- they are in a place of power.
Let's Matt finish
mean-
this thought.
I'm
I-
sorry.
I mean, I have different views on this, but I think this is a great discussion point, and we should definitely have it during the break if that's okay. Just
Well,
for-
I was
I'm
choosing
sorry.
to believe this was in character.
Oh wait.
I know Riley didn't start out that way, but this
Oh,
feels
no,
very
I
good
feel,
for Volk.
I feel like this
Yeah.
is. I feel like this is stuff that Volk would say.
Mhm.
Like
Oh,
this
okay
is.
then.
Yeah, no,
then
like. Yeah, this is. I feel like this is stuff that Volk would say. Like,
Yes.
that they started out. You know, I'm gonna actually speak in character because it's more fun that way.
Volk has a changing voice. This could be Volk's insightful voice.
Yes.
Insightful ones.
Yeah, this could be the rabbit. I did say that Volk transformed into the rabbit, so you know, the rabbit has a soft feminine voice.
Mhm.
I went through. I mean, I didn't go through this, but we all went through horrible things. All of us have. I mean, look at Ireena. Look at the things that Ireena's been through, but Ireena didn't turn into a monster. Ireena took that suffering and said, "No, I am going to be a better person."
Thank you. I guess the question is, how far is too far?
I don't know at which point Strahd became the monster that he is now. But like, I mean, I'm seeing the things that I'm seeing, and I feel like he made a conscious decision to make these choices. He made these choices, and they're the choices that he has to live with. But there's a point at which there is a point of no return.
I
The stuff that
I-
you've done.
I think that if it is possible for a Drow who's lived many lifetimes across millennia to choose good, any Drow, then it's possible for even Strahd.
I agree on principle, on the principle of what you're saying, but not on the practicality of it. Like, what I mean is, I think that it's possible for Strahd to redeem himself within the eyes of the gods, perhaps, but there's still a lot of bad stuff he's done, and he has to pay for it.
Why? What good
There's-
does that do?
Giving him redemption seems cheap. It feels
Well-
like it's undermining all of the suffering that he's caused for other people.
I'm not sure what your goals are, Volk, but my goals are to make the most people, give the most people the best lives possible. And if Strahd being alive can do more good going forward than Strahd being dead, then it would be better for him to be redeemed than to be punished.
What do you think, Red?
And you know, wiping the tears, I am so maybe because of what happened today, I can't really think straight, but I know the way deep in my bones is that sure, there may be some things that push people so they cannot be redeemed. When people do awful things, they say to themselves, I have passed that point, I cannot be redeemed. They are the first to say so. But, Volk, have you ever been in a position? Have you ever felt so awful, forced into disgusting actions that mar your soul for your life, and you say to yourself, I am a bad person. And you try to talk about it with others, and they condemn you, they shun you, they do not talk to you because you are, in their eyes, a bad person, and you will have that moniker until you die. In fact, you deserve death. I strongly believe that I'd tell them forfeit redemption. Those are the souls that most need it. Maybe this is because of what happened today, but I don't think Strahd is beyond redemption. I don't think any of us here are. I ardently believe that with effort, time, and love, anyone can be redeemed, even my father, and at that point will I lift up the loot.
If a lute could look angry.
I suppose it's it's like an economy of scale. I think that the time that it would take to redeem a person like Strahd would not be worth the suffering that would happen in the meantime.
Well, we're not sure how long it would take. That's why we need to try. We need to try at least for a short time. Like with Isaac. We tried and we failed.
I look at Rory, like, what does Rory look like as soon as Isaac is mentioned?
To be fair, she's like just standing there, kind of anxious. It seems like she didn't even really realize that name being said. Just like, but as you look at her, she looks like almost a bit like she was caught doing something. Just like visibly like repels back a bit. And just like, I would have done the same. Seeing what led Strahd to what he is today. At least a couple bits I've seen. Even now, I would do the same.
You do the same.
To protect the one thing that is dear to you. I would do anything for that.
What if that one thing that is dear to you? You know, actually, I'm so sorry. I can't talk about this in this place anymore. I need to get some air.
Yeah.
As you climb your way out of this pit, you hear a smashing of glass. It reverberates through this place, almost as if the stones can breathe. It sounds from far above. You just hear the most, an almost inhuman wail of anguish. No! Again you take her from me. You promised me. And you hear more smashing. It's distant, but you can hear it reverberating through the palace. You recognize the voice. It would seem that Strahd has arrived home.
Shit, gang.
It looks like we'll have to. Sorry, go on.
As we are climbing out of this hole, I'm going to try to lit up the remains of the webbing that I've placed there and set this all on fire and the place here. And if I may, can I use my plot point to make a flame a little bit more,
Intense?
yes, intense, just saying.
Yeah.
So to
Well,
grant the
you do
rest,
have
eternal
some.
rest for
Yeah. You are not a cleric, but you have some clerical knowledge from your time with Van Richten. So, yeah, you can use your plot point to consecrate the grave dirt here. Do you have any salt on your person? I imagine you would with your monster hunting equipment.
Yeah, salt, holy water,
Yeah.
sticks, holy symbol. I got all.
In that case, I'll tie you in some undead lore from D&D that I've been reading. As you go around setting this fire, you take little handfuls of salt and you sprinkle it into the grave dirt, and you rustle it around, and you make sure that each wight is surrounded by salt in their coffins, and then you lay this very flammable webbing over them, and you light it with your magical flame abilities. You say the words that you've heard Von Richten say about laying the dead to rest and allowing them to re-enter the cycle for a new birth at some point. And then this blaze ignites, and it's really hot. You have to get out of here fast.
Yeah, it was why I was the last one to exit.
And the last thing you see is these faces have all turned to you, and there's a look of expression as their skin melts off. It's not quite gratitude, it's relief. But yes, we now find ourselves back in the catacombs, and I will expand the map again.
As I climb out of this hole that we found ourselves in, I look at Red. I think
Sorry.
I've done something good for them. They will. And she just walks away for a while.
I think we need to decide very soon where we want to take that teleportation brazier.
Ireena will look upwards once again, and she says, I feel something. It's like it's almost like a breath, like when you're lying next to somebody sleeping and you feel their breath just moving your hair behind your head. It's peaceful, and it smells like home, like the spine of the world. And
is this?
she's still looking upward.
Am I aware that invisibility is a thing?
You are aware that invisibility is a thing. Yes.
Go ahead.
But Ireena will continue. She says, it's not really a breath, but it's that sort of feeling. It just sort of comes at me and washes over me. I felt it since we opened the door down in the cells. It's like coming home.
I like look at Rory, and I'm like looking at Ireena in the eyes, and I say, if we found out anything, is that this place may masquerade as a home, as a safe haven, but it is but a trap. It is but poison. We have to resist the temptation, both of us, all of us. She
breaks eye contact with the ceiling above finally. She nods and she says, it's probably nothing. I haven't smelled maple and pine and log fires in a long time.
I believe you have the heart. And
yeah, I won't roleplay Ireena anymore, but
okay, yeah, that's fair. I'll just in case some bullshit happens.
Now Habiki knows what Ilena's been going through.
Oh, that's Ilena, not Ireena.
Oh, Ileena, yes,
Oh
sorry.
my
That's Ileena.
goodness. I am so sorry. I always say Ilena just to...
You know, that's fair. Ilena.
Ah,
Yes, Ilena, when she came out of the cells, felt something like a cool breeze, like a breath, passing over her, coming from somewhere above, and it reminded her of her home in the spine of the world. She says it smells like pine, log fires, and maple. Quebec,
Are
basically.
we sure? I'm sure it's a good idea to go exploring now that we know that Strahd is there.
She shakes her head.
I think we should leave. This way.
Yes.
We should fire to leave.
The question is where do we want to go, and where do we think the Brazier will take us?
Let's decide in the room with the
I
patient.
think we were planning the mountaintop.
I don't think the map's the best place.
Don't remember.
I think blue is. Do we know where? Blue is probably the Amber Temple. Yellow, where Strahd sleeps, or where he died originally.
I will say, since Volk used... Also, I put up a picture of King Barav and Queen Ravenovia for you to have a look at. I will say that since Volk used a plot point to understand, if you would like some insight into this riddle, given the lore that you have absorbed unconsciously, I would let Volk make an insight check to try to get a better handle on where these things go, because it is a bit cryptic.
I will roll insight.
You also have a session advantage if you would like.
Sure, let's use it. Oh, that was worth it.
Yeah. So, the mountain spire, you imagine that is probably something to do with the Amber Temple, because you can't think of any other place in the mountains you need to go. You can generally figure out which ones go to Ravenloft.
Yeah. Orange is to the castle's peak. That's in the Ravenloft. Green to where the coffins hide. I feel like that's where we just were.
Where the coffins hide, it occurs to you as you think about that a vampire ended up in the coffin maker's shop in Vallaki when that entire land was owned by a single person who is dead and cannot invite people in. So,
That.
coffin, where the coffins hide, could be referring to Vallaki. The Master's Bride, you have no way of knowing. You don't know if, what's her face? Tatiana. You don't know if Tatiana is buried anywhere in particular. So that one's, you're unclear on. Magic's Womb.
Sounds spooky.
You would think of where Strahd was gestated. Probably the place where he made the pact with the Dark Powers. So probably also Amber Temple. And yellow obviously would lead right to Strahd's tomb.
Yeah.
I mean,
Did I say...
Like out the...
I'm so sorry, Matt. Did I
right
say
next floor is
Violet
easy.
goes to the Solanka Pass?
Something along those lines. I don't remember exactly what you said, but
I meant that would be the Abbey of St. Markovia.
Yeah, that's what
My
I thought.
apologies. I messed that up. Okay,
If
continue,
Violet
Matt.
goes to the Abbey of St. Markovia, then we want to go to Violet, right? That was where we just were.
yeah, that's where we just were, wasn't it? So yeah,
Yeah.
the ranger room is probably our best bet.
Brazier
You
room.
were there. Sorry.
Yeah, just put the vial in if everyone's okay with that. Want to go back to where
Yeah.
we just
Sure.
left?
I mean, we were mainly there to get Ireena back, right?
Yeah.
And also, there's some stuff in the abbey that we need to take
Yeah,
care of.
that's
Yes.
a corruption.
Yep, the cart there.
Yeah, big.
Something
want
to
to
break
check out
Strahd's
also
divinity and a magical artifact.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair. Then we should go back there. Not out of character, but like in character. Who's the most magically like inclined in the party that is actually like makes it known?
I mean, Volk is our only full caster, I think.
Yeah.
Rory knows about magical items, Ezmerelda knows about, like, arcane lore and stuff.
Yeah, she's one third caster. So.
Yeah.
That makes sense actually. Yeah, I probably on the way while walking talk ask Rory something if that's okay if you have time.
Before I forgot, Ezmerelda got basically the same deal as Redmond with starting anew from zero. So, would she take it or not?
Wait, what?
I posted in chat before.
Where? Where did you post and what?
A rough start. I'd like to offer you the same deal I offered Redmond. I feel
Oh,
like
you-
I'm ready to be properly started now.
Yeah.
I'm really sorry. I don't see where it is.
It is below the wisdom save.
Yeah, it's
But-
in the old money chat.
Oh,
Volks. It is all good. I can copy and paste it if you'd like, just so it's loud and looking at it.
And you can literally just
Same.
post it again there.
oh, okay, gotcha. I thought you were talking like about some item on. Wait, what?
No.
I was not there. This would be pretty alright with the video, but just saying that if don't mind my thing about the undead. It's not easy to reprogram yourself, right? When you spend years upon years seeing people descend into the madness and darkness of such existence. So I'm also sorry for being that quick to judge you at our first encounter.
No worries. I mean, I was a bit of a gun, and you were right in thinking like you did. To be fair.
No, I'm not sorry about my decisions. I'm just sorry that I hurt you.
Oh, you didn't really. You deserve fine. It takes a bit more than that, especially after dying twice.
Sure. Don't die anymore. That is not good on your skin.
I think my skin is quite fair.
You know,
Maybe
that's-
a bit pale, but it used to be a sign of nobility, so I'm okay with that.
Yeah, sure. Tell yourself this. But you're probably in dire need of escaping this place right now. What happens when the master comes back and sees us all here dwindling around? And at this point I will go towards the thingy.
So you
Right,
make
yeah.
your way back.
Yeah, trying to escape, trying to jump over
Yeah.
all the stuff. Yeah.
Yes, you pass by all of the other tombs, making your way back. And as you head back through the mist fog-laden corridor, hop over the trap on the ground, you come into the brazier room, and you are stopped in your tracks because you see a person in here. that you do
Oh,
not
shit.
recognize.
Uh-oh.
I'll find his token. I'll show you his portrait as well.
Oh no.
I
Oh, it's
think
not
we
bad.
know him. Someone knows him.
I recognize the name from my flashbacks.
Mhm.
Hey.
Ah.
So as you round the corridor and look down through the doors, you can see that there is a slender elf standing in front of the brazier with a book open in front of him. And he is looking up and down at it. And as you get within 10 feet of him, Redmond, you become aware of a cacophony of screams. If you could imagine what hell sounds like, this is it. Hundreds of overlapping voices screaming in anguish as soon in your head as soon as you get near this person. The same goes for everybody else.
I'm.
Mm.
Like you can't block it out.
It's like tinnitus.
Oh,
There's a
wow.
ringing in your ear, but the ringing in your ears is cries of anguish. Men, women, children. And you can barely hear it over the sounds in your heads, but the book in his hands snaps shut, and this man turns to you with a smile, and he says, "Welcome to Ravenloft. My master did not invite you. I'm glad you are on your way out."
Thank you. We were just leaving. Could you stop that noise, please?
Sadly, it is not something within my power. I couldn't let you leave without laying eyes on Ireena, daughter of the Drow.
Oh shit!
He inclines the book. Is this story even
Are
here?
you
Stop.
a story?
She
Story
goes
said
back.
gonna be back.
Be back.
Oh no!
ERP.
Oh no. That's okay.
Unfortunately,
Do we want to take a quick break then?
Yeah. Why not? Actually, yeah.
Yeah, because this is here for mainly Astora. To creep her out. So, 5 minutes.
That's good.
See you on the shuttle.
See you in a short bit.
Sure.
What should be back in like 30 seconds now?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, why we're not playing?
Where did everybody go?
Man, it is so interesting to have conversations between the that which defies nature should be stopped in order to help nature be better, and the everyone should have a chance at being redeemed.
Like there is points when there is choices made, and that they just. I guess. I mean, this is mine. Like life experience that have taught me some rough things, and I'm definitely not a believer that everyone can be redeemed.
Yeah.
Definitely not.
There's a
some
point at
cases.
which you need to just accept that
Yeah,
this person
is
just
yeah.
it's worse for you if you try to
Yeah.
redeem this person.
And yeah, like why there is this apparent joke about the couples and one of the people in the relationship being like, oh, I can save them.
I can fix them.
Make them. Yeah, I
Yeah.
can fix them. It's just why is this such a joke?
Like-
Because most of the time it's just it's a not good thing to have in a relationship. It's not a good
Yeah,
building block, and
The everyone can be redeemed is how abusive relationships happen.
yeah. Like I've been inside the relationship itself, so like not with the significant other, but with a family member.
Yeah.
It was quite a rough several years, maybe a decade. So yeah,
You told us about that before, right? Like how awful it was. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
If it was
no, it was just it was with you. Matt. I think Spencer, were you there presently? And Rory as
I
well?
was, yes.
Yeah, yeah. So, just I've been such an awful person because I was in the process of trying to make life better for for my mother, basically, and it's just devolved into me descending into a very bad place, and yeah, like I'm still ashamed of many things I've done when I was like that. It was not great. And yeah, it started as a genuine attempt to fix my mom, and well, yeah, it's the reason why I'm seeking right now a therapist after years and years. So, this is like if we're transferring such outlook on this particular case, like in Curse of Strahd. This person that that Strahd is, he been doing stuff that is way worse for way longer, and at any point he could have stopped, but he didn't. So here we go.
I
This
I
is what
mean, yeah, it's like it's such a complicated issue, right?
Yeah,
I mean, not just the Thoughts of Redemption in terms of like fucking yeah, Thoughts of Redemption in the sense of its toxicity, but I don't know. I like to think of it as like they maybe this is something I apply to life, right? That there's always a healthy way of doing something, right? Like there's always I guess in this situation where it's like redeeming someone, or at least like helping someone who is either toxic not intrinsically, nobody's toxic intrinsically, but like toxic due to circumstantial reasons, or is in a bad place, and you're kind of trying to help them out in some way. That things like boundaries, distance, and kind of like a critical self-reflection as like the way to do it healthily. You know what I mean? But it's
Yeah.
just impossible to do that in real life.
There is part of like I can see it, like I trying to put myself in place of such people, like when I speak with them or something, or I see their stories online or whatever, right? I always try to put myself in their place, and if there is like a will to, and just wishful thinking maybe, to uh, get themselves out of it, yeah, then you can start going around and maybe helping them out of this like slump, out of this like hole that they dig themselves, or giving a shower by some cool people they have a relationship with. So, and like if the person themselves does not want, and there is think like when they if they say they want, but they're not making any motions
Efforts.
towards this want, right? Then I think they're all right with this. Like maybe they were like broken to such a point that they do not consider themselves like worthy of saving,
Yeah.
right? Or worthy of a better life. And yeah, there's also that. But if I don't know, like it's case by case, obviously. But if the person just does not even do like a bare minimum to help themselves, yeah, this is not going to work, and you're
Yeah.
just getting slumped into this like sludge of bad emotions as well with them. So
Exactly, because
Yeah.
you can't separate the downfall, right? Like
yeah,
you're like
Yeah, I feel like at this point, I don't think Strahd wants to be redeemed. He just wants to get what he wants.
he just
I
wants.
mean, yeah, I think the healthy way to do it, right, is like at least I've been trying to like play out Red to do so, is like do your best to do oh shit, it's kind of
it's a fool's errand to try to redeem somebody who doesn't want to be redeemed.
Yeah.
I guess
This
is
is-
that. I think that's gets to the core of what Volk was trying to say.
Yeah, but again,
They're
like,
just not very good at
seeing the example
saying.
of Barovia itself, right? What happens under his rule? Like, I have no idea. Like, again, this is me looking at Barovia through the lenses of like my character, basically, right?
Yeah.
No reason to even to try to knock some sense into him. No, just nothing spelled. He's the shell of a man. He's just a beast in some fancy clothing, basically. That's it.
Yeah, like beyond redemption. I forgot.
Yeah, it's just,
Yeah.
just
I mean,
yeah.
I mean, what I was saying earlier before things cut out was like, I think the healthy way to do it is like distance, and if they don't want help, then you don't give up, right? Like, you can't force your will on individuals if they don't
Yeah.
want it.
Because
And
because that is the form of abuse as well. Even if
It is,
Yeah, you can't force somebody to accept help.
Yeah.
yeah.
This is
It's like how many people have like a messiah, a savior complex, right? It's
Oh.
like
Yeah.
it's an
Literally.
unhealthy thing. Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
I can't have dealing with things like a savior complex at the moment, and I'm very much using it when red, and it's kind of, I hope like the toxicity of that is showing in some way.
Yeah.
I feel like Volk sees Strahd as a rabid dog that does not
Needs to be put down.
understand that it is sick, and
Yeah.
it is a mercy to put him down, because it will
Yeah,
put him out of his suffering, and it will help other people to be safe at the same time.
Yeah. Pretty much.
But, like,
pretty much.
But the thing is with like Strahd, right, is that, I mean, well, not just Strahd, but like it's not a, yeah, it's like what is in character thinks what the player thinks. I mean, in character it's like doesn't Volk have like a closeness with things like animals, right, and like knows them that they're like
Volk's-
multiple.
Volk sees things in the way of nature, and Strahd is an affront to nature.
Yep.
But also they understand that, like, this is, like, every time they see more of his backstory, the more they're like, this is a person who has done a lot of bad things, who thought they were doing, the only thing that they could in this situation. But at this point, it's gotten to a point where they are doing more harm than good, and Volk sees this, and they're like, I don't think Strahd can stop at this point. I think they are like a
Oh.
rabid animal, and
They need to be put down.
yeah, he is like a rabid animal, and there was a point at which he could have been saved, but we have passed that point, and it would be a
Oh,
mercy
yeah.
to just put him out of his misery.
Really.
To be honest, there is also part of our Strahd that you said, like more good, more bad than good, right? He does not
Yeah.
do good, like totally. That's
No.
just he's just an evil force. Even though like maybe was some compassionate reason to become like this, right? It does not justify anything that he done like for hundreds of years. So like if I
No.
was like kicked when I was like a child, I'm not going to like go around as an adult and try to break everyone's legs so they don't kill me, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, so
Like,
this
Volk-
is like
Volk understood when he killed the ant, because, like, that was very much an animal's response to something is hurting something I care about, I'm going to stop that immediately in this moment. Like, Volk understood that.
Mhm.
Very much so.
I'm really fascinated by the amount of differing opinions we have for our characters when it comes
Yeah.
to not just how to deal with this, but how to kind of the outlook of Barovia and it's horrifying nightmares. And I'm
Barovia is a
really-
mess.
Yeah. And yeah, I'm really excited to see how that kind of pans out for everyone involved.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Rory's just here looking at Strahd, what he did, and the reasons for it, and it's like, oh fuck. Goes to her, just looking into a mirror, just knowing,
Yeah.
if I don't change now, I will go down there. Bad.
I love that after the revelation, like, oh, you just like you stopped like reacting, stopped like interacting with it. I'm like, oh, there's something there. It's interesting.
You can't just leave when the store just got back.
Oh, the store's back? Somebody's leaving?
Who's leaving?
Sorry,
Welcome back.
yep.
Alright.
We took a short break
Yeah.
to deal with things.
Also, we met somebody who was very excited to
Meet Astora.
meet Serena.
Oh. Okay, wait. Sorry, what did I miss?
So we came back to the brazier room to teleport back, and waiting
Yeah.
for you in front of the brazier was a tall, slender elf man with black hair. When you got within 10 feet of him, like tinnitus, your heads were just assaulted with the sound of wails and cries. And he snapped the book he was reading shut, turned around, and he said, "You are not welcome in the castle, but I could not let you leave without first meeting Serena herself."
Oh, God.
Oh,
This is.
Oh, I
this is
guess
the
it would
guy
be
that
true.
I've seen this guy.
That's a good point.
Okay, Matt's back.
Matt's back.
I'm
Gain's back.
Nice.
Volk has seen this man before in a vision.
You have.
And yeah, I know Diana's real name, like, because Diana told me.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Red knows her real name.
So, let me reiterate that. Boop boop boo. Boop boop boo. Boop 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 boo. Yeah, he said, I couldn't let you leave without first meeting Serena Lothryn, daughter of the dancer herself.
I look at Diana and like, well, what's Diana's face look like?
She is like usual, stone faced, not trying to show emotions. There is a reaction when he says Serena. I don't choose that name anymore.
Very well. I believe it is Diana now. It's been a long time since I saw... Sorry. It has been a long time since I have seen any of your kind.
An elf or a drow?
Drow. You see, when we came into this place, none of you had come back to the surface yet.
And what am I supposed to say to that? I feel like you want something from us.
No. Not particularly. Just, my people exist because we tried to save your people. And it is nice to see that there are still some of you around.
I don't think I've heard this story before.
Well, you see, the gods, they are capricious. They are jealous. They're petty. And they don't care about us. And a long, long time ago, they let their petty squabbles and arguments descend down, and my people, our people got drawn into their silly little war. And they cursed some of us, drove them down deep into the earth, under the rule of that wretched Spider Queen.
Huh?
We
And what about the Dust Elves?
we remained. We tried. Our queen, our beloved queen. She performed a ritual, trying to bridge the gap between the two Seldarine. And she took all of us with her. Just like Lolth took your kind down below and Coralon took our kind and banished us to the material. Our queen tried to become a god herself, to be intercessor. She died, as is wont.
The Raven Queen. Out of character. Don't answer that.
I am simply happy to see that our sacrifice was not laid to waste, like so many others we did.
You seem to... The way you talk, it feels like you have a lot of compassion, but you serve Strahd.
No, not compassion. Curiosity. I like to see tasks completed and bridging that gap. It was what we were raised on, a lie.
I am confused how you knew my original name.
You're not the only friends of Madame Eva. He opens his book again and he turns it to you. And inside you see a deck of Taroka cards.
Mm-hmm.
And he shuffles through them for a minute. And he pulls them out. He says... What did we have? We had... the Executioner. He motions to Red. And he tosses it down on the ground in front of you. He says, we have the Avenger. Tosses that in front of Ilena. He says, we have the Innocent. He smirks and he tosses that card in front of Ireena. Goes down the list. He says, the Artifact. And he throws this in front of Volk. Torturer. Throws that in front of Rory. And finally he comes to the last one and he holds it up. The Mists is for Ezmerelda. The last one he holds up. He says, the most curious of all, the traitor. And he throws that in front of Diana.
Curious in what way?
Well, you think of yourself as a good person, yes? The moral compass.
I do.
He is a good person. I'll interject, sorry. Go back to my hole now.
Fate has other things to say.
I'm still confused what you're doing here. If you wanted to show us the readings that Madame Eva gave us, then I suppose your job is done, but I feel like there's something more.
Our readings. Just curious. You know. I killed my people. I thought our quest was done. Yet you are here. Perhaps I can bring our people together after all. Finish what they started.
What are you implying?
Implying nothing.
Murdering the Seldery?
No, no. Restoring communion between our races. Friendship. But we can talk about that later. I'm sure you'll be invited to dinner before too long. It happens every time.
Doesn't Strahd have any concubines or what?
As many. I am his chamberlain. I look after them.
Just look for someone out there.
Well, feel free. Don't let me stop you.
Can I move into the boom?
Yeah. I'll put a. Sorry.
Go on then.
Okay. I'll. You know, Diana's probably. I don't know how Diana's feeling right now, so I'll just put like a reassuring hand, like his right hand on Diana's shoulder.
He'll nod to you and quietly just mouth, thank you. But she still wants to talk to this man. What's with the accusations, or I suppose bringing up the facts if I'm a good person or not?
Well, your father died because of you, didn't he?
There was nothing I could do to stop it.
It's not what Madame Eva said.
What did she say?
She said you were interested in the dancer from a young age, and your father tried to hide it. And so he was thrown in the pits as a traitor of Loth, because he said that those little religious texts were his.
What?
And did you not leave your home? Did you not leave your mother and sisters behind? And your house? Do you not know what has happened to them?
I have never been back. I don't know what happened.
They fell out of favor. And even now wander the pits outside the city as driders. All because you weren't there to help keep them in prestige.
When he mentions the word driders, Diana visibly shudders and closes her eyes briefly.
You are the last of House
I-
Lothryn.
I don't. I was young. There was nothing I could have done.
Perhaps. People die. Things end. All things end. Ultimately. We just need to hang on to what we care about in the meantime. I could help you with this. Like I said, we can talk more later. Yeah, I know you're on a rush to save the day and all that, but Diana, I think we could do some wonderful things together. I think we could bridge the gap and bring all Drow into the light.
I would like that, but I'm skeptical of the intentions of a servant of Strahd.
I am not a mere servant. He is my friend. and I am his.
Oh, I think we should be on our way.
Think on it.
Chill.
We can save them. Finish the work
I don't
my
think
people
that-
started.
I suppose we'll be in touch then.
With that, he snaps his fingers and disappears into mist.
No.
Well, that's not spooky at all.
Diana will step forward to the room then. Well, shall we get on quickly? Before anyone...
You okay?
I'm fine. I'm fine.
I want to talk about what just happened. Just we're here, you know.
I'm fine. We're each other's Vox.
Saying Volks or Vox?
Vox.
Vox. Okay, that's what it's.
Yeah, like Vox Ilena. Okay. Are we all stepping into the room?
I am.
Yes. I'm gonna pick up the purple one, the violet one.
So, I will say this because obviously neither of us speak Drow. The word for traitor in Drow is Og Elend. It is also the term for heretic.
It's
So that is what he called you, essentially, which brings to mind other worshippers of Illustrae and the names they got called.
Yeah, Diana is definitely she seems shaken up by that. She's not going to admit that. She's not admitting that. But yeah, she's definitely been affected by that. So
Okay.
so we all popping on the violet stone, jumping in the portal.
yeah.
That is indeed the case.
Alright, red will be the last to go.
Okay. So, this brazier, as you experienced previously, when you toss the crystal into the flame, the hourglass up above begins dropping down. You have 1 minute to get into the fire. The fire itself becomes a swirling purple flame that you have to leap into to presumably be teleported out of here. Who is going first?
Diana would go first. Just doesn't want to stay here any longer.
Alright. In that case, Diana, you appear on this map, and everybody can follow one at a time.
Volk bonus action changes himself into a fluffy white cat, and jumps in.
Alright. You are immediately struck by how cold it is. It is easily negative 30.
That is why I
Possibly
became
colder.
an extremely fluffy white cat.
So I'm going to need constitution checks unless you can bundle yourself up or turn into something with fur.
Alright.
Also, feel free to drag yourselves. You will appear outside the gatehouse.
Could you drag me because
Yes.
phone's not
Redmond Gill. Boom. Did you have a question about Drew?
No.
Okay. Yes, so as you walk through, you are hit, blasted with cold. And you can barely see through the swirling blizzard around you. You are standing in front of a large wooden gate with 2 watchtowers either side and a shoddily constructed cobble wall that's barely 6 feet tall surrounding this abbey. When you look back down, you can see down the mountain about 700 feet, a little under a kilometer, you can see Kresk below. And where the Shrine of the White Sun was with its clear, clean pool is now just a smoking crater. And you can see people milling about still, doing cleanup down below. And the black smoke is swirling with the cold dervishes of the wintry air. Alright. Rory, you take a point of exhaustion.
Hey. So yeah, probably roll for that.
Redmond, you notice nothing particularly special as you are the last one out.
Sense.
Nothing catches your eye.
No, that's not a good sign. Feel free, if possible, please roll the constitution saving throw for me.
Yes, sorry. Goddamn character sheets. Boom. 11. Okay, you also take a point of exhaustion.
Aura of protection thingy, but I think he only gets a +1.
Yeah, the save is a 13. So everybody under a 13 now has a point of exhaustion from the biting cold.
Volk goes over and snuggles around Rory's neck to make her a little warmer.
Yes, so you are standing amidst this blizzard. You are looking down on Kresk, which has been struck by a meteor, destroying the Shrine of the White Sun. Before you is a wooden gate with a gate tower. What do y'all do?
Oh, what's the
Yep.
plan?
I think first we need to take some shelter. Why is this cold? It's gonna kill us.
Yes, probably.
Still hold up. I love it.
I mean,
I'm gonna try and move through. Is there a gate? Or is it just...
There is a pair of wooden doors, but they are very old and very rusty. They are closed. You can't see if they're locked from this side.
I'll try pushing on one of them.
Yeah, let's get a strength check. Or athletics, if you have proficiency in it.
I do. 6.
They're very heavy, and the snow has piled up several feet on either side, so it's going to take some more heft. But they seem to be unlocked based on what you can tell.
they're just stuck, right?
Yeah.
We should be able to force these open if we all try pushing on it.
Maybe hope. And yeah, I'll help. Or someone will help me, actually. That's probably a better idea. Yeah, I'm doing the same. Trying to push it.
All right.
Nice.
Hell yeah. So together you're able to shove the gates open, and it makes quite a cacophony. You hear a loud screech
Wow.
as they open up. And beyond, you can see through the swirling blizzard the grounds of an abbey. To your right, there's a cemetery. You can see little headstones poking up through the snow. And then just a very large stone construction with a large bell tower up top. But you are interrupted from your glancing about by a voice. It says, "Who is there? Who is there? Who is disturbing us?" Yeah.
Travelers?
And you could see limping out from one of these gatehouses is a short man, about 4 feet tall. Looks like a man, but about half of his face is a donkey's face, and it's unclear which parts are donkey and which parts are person. They seem to go in and out of each other at various points. He has a donkey ear. His legs look like lion's feet, and he's dressed in a yellowed, tattered cloak over his back and a little simple monk's robe underneath. And he carries a massive iron shovel on his back. And he squints at you through the wizard and he says, "We're not accepting visitors."
Wait, Ezra. What's happened with you?
"What are you talking about? I'm beautiful."
I take a quick step back.
"All of you are ugly. Jeez." And he points at Ireena and he says, "Particularly you. What's wrong with you?" Oh.
Holy shit.
I love this guy.
Just like his raised eyebrow look like, everything okay with you? Like, something like
I'm the guard. Unless you have some offerings for the temple, you're not welcome.
That's what we're here for, right?
What do you bring? You bring snacks. I love snacks.
Man, not gonna.
Shit, gang, I don't have any rations on me.
As you check your pockets, you hear a voice from the other watchtower, and it says, Otto! Otto! Who's come to see a visit? Do they have anything to give? Send them away. It's too bloody cold.
Otto, was it?
Yeah, that's my name. Don't worry, Mom. I'm working on it.
It's nice to meet you, Otto. My name's Redmond. We were just hoping to take some shelter. It's so terribly cold. You understand how it is, right? You've been in the cold before.
He has you up and
Nobody
down.
wants to let you in.
He says, I've been in the cold for a long time. These guard towers don't have any insulation. Just stone.
Just stone. Well, we were hoping at least it'd be. Would we know that? Would I know that if we took shelter here, we won't freeze to death, right?
If you get out of the wind, you'll be able to set up camp and be relatively okay.
It may be cold, but we were hoping just to set up a bit of shelter. So I'm sure you could understand and help us along with this, right? Yeah, you could join us by the campfire and we'll tell you some stories. How does that sound?
He looks up at you. A very clear expression of, I don't trust a word you're saying. And then he looks around you again at everybody else and he says, I don't know if Mom would like that. And I don't know if the abbot would like that. And I don't know if I want to spend time with such ugly people.
Just get them.
Volk is going to, meet the eyes with this Otto guy. Well, I think you look cool.
Thank you. You're the first honest person I've met.
I think you look like a very nice person.
He hobbles towards you at this point, and you can see that one leg is significantly shorter than the other, so he's got a sort of a loping gait. And, he comes up to you, and he holds out his left hand in a very awkward handshake position. He says, I'm Otto Bellevue.
I'm a cat right now,
He still extends his hand.
Volk reaches out their paw from Rory's shoulder and just, puts their paw on his hand.
A talking cat? This is great.
Would you mind letting us in? It's very cold out here.
I really shouldn't.
We're. Why are we here again? So this is privately to the others. Like, why are we here again? Telepathically.
I will
have a
say
bad
that
memory.
Redmond, you were talking to him for a good solid minute. He did not seem affected by your natural innate charm abilities.
Damn, that's cool as shit. Let's go. Okay. Yeah, out of the character, why are we here again?
There is a corruption that is tied to Strahd's divinity that we need to like cleanse. So actually, if we don't do that, if we kill him, he'll just eventually come back like gods will be for. There's also an amulet, a holy symbol that can help us. It's like a magic item holder. We're not sure.
I'll kind of poke over. Wait, not Riley's shoulder. Riley's a cat.
Meow.
I'll kind of just like peer over to Otto. It says, well, Otto, tell you what. Why don't we? How about you ask your mother or the abbot to speak to us? I'm sure they would probably be a good judge of character, and I promise you're very good characters. I even play music. The lute's still in the left hand. It hasn't shifted.
You play music? That's so cool. I suppose I can ask Mom. We usually don't take visitors unless they have food.
Oh,
Probably.
does anyone have rations, please?
You should still have some
I
rations.
Yeah,
Does
Dang.
one of us have Goodberry?
I didn't. I swapped out with Bay to go with.
You also have
So-
wine. Some very powerful wine.
I
I also have Goodberry, but I can't access it till tomorrow.
I have wine and I have some rations left, I think, in the burler pack. I would speak up to the donkey guy, bow down slightly. We are just humble followers of the Morning Lord, and we bring drink and some
You
snacks.
know the Morning Lord?
Well, of course.
Uh,
One of his humble acolytes.
He's so pretty. Not as pretty as me.
I love this guy so much.
You seem quite receptive.
Yeah. That's why I'm a guard.
I can see the one that has put you in this position is at least as wise as you.
Aww. You're not getting in without any food, though.
We have food, don't we?
Like I said, I have food, I have drink.
Well, let's
Okay.
go.
Love to give to you, your mother, and the abbey. And to
Mom!
the
Mom,
morning.
I got food! And you hear a groan from up above. And then emerging from the other one is another very short woman. This figure is draped in a very heavy black fur cloak. And as she comes around, you can see the face that peers out from you under the cloak has cat eyes. And is covered in fur. And one hand that's clutching the cloak shut, it looks like a bear's paw, but the other hand that reaches out, asking to inspect the food, is covered in scales like a lizard. And she says, "Well, show it here. Let us see what you've brought for the abbot."
Well, I will hand her some rations that include things for rabbits too, like carrots and potatoes, and some already consumable foods, like fried meat or whatever. And I also hand her one of the fancy but not Heroes Feast bottles of wine.
Okay. She says, very nice, very nice. The abbot will like this." And she catches the eye of Ezmerelda, and she narrows her eyes. She says, "What are you looking at?"
Looking at you and wondering how you're not getting frozen to death in such weather. You
I have
to-
fur. You don't like fur?
Yes. What?
Are you
No,
judging me?
I'm just surprise, that's all.
You think I'm messed up? Do you think I'm broken? You think there's something wrong with me, do ya?
You look lovely.
Never had even a slightest thought about that.
She begins shoving the food back to Otto, and she says, I'm so sick of people judging me all the time. I can't believe it. I can't believe you. Otto,
Volk
send them away.
Volk jumps off of Rory's shoulders and goes over and like starts winding their body, I guess, around this individual's legs and purring. I think you look beautiful.
She looks down at you. I would like you to make a persuasion check.
Persuasion. Where is it? There it is. I have a +1. Let's hope I roll.
Oh my. He
So-
kicks the cat.
Yeah, actually. She doesn't try to do damage, but she will scoop her foot under you in the way that you move a cat out of your way.
Yeah.
And she'll, like, kick you up out of the snow, and you fly a short distance. And she says,
Wait.
Get away from me, creepy cat. You don't know nothing. None of you know nothing. Otto, these are bad folks. You're a bad son. Send them away. They're bad.
No, lady, I am so sorry. There must have been a misunderstanding. I'm sure I can explain to it. Maybe we can eat some food together and talk about it. How do you... Your fur looks quite nice, by the way. How do you get it? How do you get it looking so shiny, being out here so far away?
She
I
na-
imagine there's very few sellers.
her eyes are already narrowed, and they narrow even further. And she says,
Oh shit.
You're a sweet talker, aren't you? You expect something from me. You
Yeah.
expect me to divulge some secrets. You expect me to tell you something about myself so you can judge it, so you can condemn me. You don't know nothing.
I tell you what, I don't want any secrets from you, but allow me to tell something of myself. And I'll, say my name, obviously. My name's Redmond Gill. Once when I was 7, I stole a pie from the local butcher, and I was so happy with myself. And I was like, I'm going to go home and feed myself and my mother, but as soon as I started running, I slipped in the puddle and fell on some poop. And of course, everything smelled at that point. Like, the whole city smelled anyway. I didn't notice for so long, and people started looking at me thinking, oh, what's this small child with poop on their face, and started avoiding me, and I felt so sad. But I learned that, there was this lovely old lady who came over with a handkerchief and cleaned my face and rubbed my hair, and I from then day on I remember that, sure, there may be people who avoid you because you have poop on your face, but occasionally there's those kind souls who will come and help you rub it off.
I would like you to roll a persuasion check, and this will determine how she takes this story.
Please come out. Roll better than my 2.
It's a 3. I
do
call
I-
it 3.
Do I have any advantage because it's a long story, I guess, I suppose. Maybe?
You have gotten the sense talking to these folks that
they don't.
they do not follow conventional logic, and for whatever reason they are unable to be charmed. So you would not get persuade advantage in this case.
That is the natural 2, gang.
Nope. She
Weird.
sets her jaw. She says, "You're saying I have poop on my face."
No, what I was saying was just that.
I know exactly what you mean. You're saying I look like I have poop on my face, and that's what you all think. That's what you all think. I knew it. I knew you were judging me. Get them out of here, Otto. Otto, get them out of here. I'll go get the others. And she turns and begins shuffling away.
Oh shit.
Otto, by the way, is just like looking at her confused, and he looks back at you and he says, "But they're our friends."
We just want to talk, Otto. I mean, maybe the abbot. We can talk to the abbot. I'm sure he's someone.
Oh no! The abbot's far too busy. Far too busy. He's working on his big project. Yes, so many projects, but the big one. It's soon.
Big project.
Big project.
Oh, okay. Then we shouldn't. occupy him. Honestly, it's so cold, Otto, and we just want some help. We've been through a lot recently. I wish I could tell you about it, but it would honestly be unbelievable. It's been quite stressful.
He looks up at you, and then he looks back at his mom. He says, I'm sure she wouldn't mind if you just stayed here.
Yeah. Okay, we'll set up camp here. If you want to join us for some food and chatting.
I'm
and,
so hungry.
Yeah, and I look at the party like, how about we set up camp here, everyone? Is that okay?
Okay, so oh,
One of those trees.
I already have the goat in my bounds, and I don't think it will be very healthy for me to stay down here. Weirdly
wait.
enough.
Where are we at the moment? We're in...
You're just in the threshold of the gate.
Yeah. Oh, so...
So it is open. At this point, Otto likes you enough that he is willing to take you into his side of the guardhouse. Zigfrek, on the other hand, you can see she is hobbling through the snow. She's not very fast, but she is making as much speed as her little feet can carry her back towards the main building.
Okay. Otto, you are wonderful. Thank you. Please lead the way.
Yeah, sure. And he turns the corner here, and you see the inside of this. Despite what he said about this being pure stone, it's actually pretty warm in here, mainly because inside this guard tower, there is no human furnishing as far as you can tell. This looks like the inside of a rat's nest. There are clothes, old furniture broken up, stuffed against the walls. There's tons of rotting straw everywhere, and just piles and piles of old rotted books just piled up everywhere. And in the center, there's a tiny little fire. You have no idea how it's burning. There's barely a log on there, and there's a little iron grate sitting on top of it. And he comes in and he sets his shovel against the wall, and he says, "Come in, come in."
Of course, definitely. And we can all fit in here, right?
It'll be a squeeze, but if you're sitting, yeah, everybody can fit in here.
Can
Everybody
catch
that would
up
like to be.
Siegfried?
Yeah, you can catch up to Zigfrek.
Yeah, I would catch up there. And
You can hear she is muttering to herself. She's saying, "No good stinking outsiders with their no good stinking ugly faces and the no good," and on like this.
just do the slight bow. And I do have to apologize for my companion. He is a bit. He had this weird childhood. He has a bit of a twisted way of seeing things. He is not very smart, and like what seem normal to normal people like you and me seems off-worldish to him. He didn't mean it in an offensive way. He just has trouble finding his words sometimes.
I don't care if Poopface meant it offensively. You're not welcome here. And the abbot will sort you out.
We understand. If the abbot wishes us to leave, then we will leave once he tells us so.
She looks up and down again, and she says, "Well, stay still. We'll be back."
I will go back to where I was when she said that, and we'll just wait there for her, I guess.
Yeah, so she'll turn and continue shuffling on her way, very slowly. She doesn't turn back to look at you. She's completely ignoring you.
I'm just standing there, huddling my cloak.
And eventually you could see through the snow, she reaches the main doors of the abbey, and she shoves them open and shuffles inside. Back at the dinner, Otto is clapping and rubbing his hands. Oh, I'm sorry, Vin. I woke up my kitty cat. He's clapping and rubbing his hands together, and he's saying, "Eating time, eating time." Ew!
I love this.
I love this individual so much. Who has the food and who's going to cook?
I already gave it to him and subtracted it from myself, so...
Okay.
Yes. Ingredients for a stew and stuff to eat while you wait for the stew and the bottle of wine.
Wonderful.
In that case, he will use whatever water is available, and he will start cooking a stew. And he uses a spoon that is not entirely clean
Oh.
to mix the stew. And he's humming and talking to himself. He's not very much of a conversationalist, but he seems happy to have everybody around.
Yeah, I suppose we're all just talking about what just happened. I'm surprised we all got out of there. That was so close. And we escaped. Alive. Together. We did this.
We did.
Do you want to tell us more about your father and everything like that? So
I suppose if I'm just creeping onto this, yeah, I mean, well, what's there to say? I didn't know of his existence until coming to this awful place. He wasn't around when I was younger. It was just Mum and me, and, well, when she got sick, it was just me. And I survived, I persisted, and I come here, and he says he was waiting for me, waiting for me to arrive. He knew I would come here, and when I helped Rory, when I died before, he said there was a part of me that was lost forever, and he could fill that part. And I don't care if this thing is lost and this thing is gone. I mean, I'm just thankful to be alive, but I thought it'd be nice to help him. He helped Strahd out, from what I heard. He's Vistani after all. He's like what Madame Ava said, one of the Vistanis that helped out Strahd and signed a pact. And then when I touched the loops, it all came crashing down. He tried to take over. You all saw this. And now I've got this.
what was it like having?
Sorry, go ahead.
What was it like having him in your head? I suppose when he was talking to your mouth.
It was horrendous. It was hell. I mean, no, actually, it was nice. I don't know how to describe it very well, but it's like knowing you're in a bad place and you're slowly drowning and things are on fire, but it felt pleasant. Like, yeah, I could trust this person, but, well, I couldn't, could I? As soon as he started harming all of you, I knew this couldn't go on. And now
Okay.
he's... Sorry, go ahead.
I think I can relate to that in a strange way, I suppose.
Yeah.
That's how it felt being in the Underdark, just everything's going wrong, but they're telling you that it's perfect and they're keeping you fed and everything.
And maybe it feels that way until you have to break out, right? Because deep down you realize that's not the case.
Yes.
What are we gonna do?
Otto will interrupt at this point, and he'll say, "Ew! My dad became a spider."
What?
How did you think that?
The abbot. He's a wonderful person, very smart. Gave us all we wanted. Dad wanted to be a spider.
Oh. Is he around? Is your dad still around? Or is he a small spider or a big spider?
I don't know. Haven't seen him in a long time.
That's the thing about dads. If you don't keep an eye on them, they'll just disappear.
I know.
Many
absolutely.
eyes. And he'll say, "Oh, which one is the one that feeds them?"
Whoa.
I don't like spiders.
I don't know.
Unless there's enough seeds.
I don't remember which is the mongrel folk that feeds the other mongrel folk.
Was it Otto?
Oh,
Yeah,
they're
I
called
remember
mongrels.
that.
Is it Otto? It is Otto. Yeah, he says, I feed them, but I don't go into their rooms. I haven't seen my dad. I just leave the food at the door."
Yeah.
Wait, why are you not allowed in the rooms?
They're not all as nice as me.
I see.
They would attack you.
I don't think they know who I was. Not everybody could see how beautiful I am.
I'm sure in front of your beauty, also, many people come to their senses.
I like you.
I like you too, Autumn. I hope this can become the beginning of a friendship.
I love this guy so much.
I don't have a portrait for the abbot.
Sorry.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Maybe we should begin a long rest here if we can.
Yeah, we can look rest.
You can certainly try.
Okay, shit.
You can have a brief dinner with Otto. It's not amazing. It's relatively unspiced, and it's mostly just like boiled, dehydrated vegetables.
Could I,
Yeah.
could I try something with the loot with everyone's permission? As in, like, I would say, I would like to speak again with this, and I need all of your help, really.
We
Course.
could call
What do
this
you
a
need?
short rest during this as well, if you would like to.
Yeah, let's do short.
Okay. Short rest. I regain my wild shape, and I lose my temporary hit points.
Yeah, I guess with like everyone's like emotional help, I will try and talk to the loot. I guess try and tap into it.
You reach out in the way that you reach out to your sword and armor. You don't get much back. It's the feeling of sort of like you know somebody can hear you, but they're not paying attention, like deliberately keeping their back to you and not answering.
Father, I know you're here. If you don't want to talk or my help, then say so. If you say nothing, I will assume you don't want it. And if you don't, then there's nothing I can do. I will just return this where I found it,
No,
and we will depart.
no. He his voice breaks into your head. He says, "Don't. There's no need for that. I'm disappointed, but we could make this work. You and I could have a beautiful partnership."
Father, your sweet talking won't work on this. I want to connect, but not in a way of a partnership or some sort of deceitful way. I know you don't want a family, and I may be a burden to you in some way, but we need to talk.
The violin sighs and says, "What do you want to talk about?"
You've done awful things, bad things, but I don't think you're a bad person, and if you had just been truthful to me, been honest, talking as a father to their son, because that is a strong bond, I would have helped. I would have gone to the ends of Barovia for you. But you deceived me.
The answer isn't in Barovia, son. The answer is getting out of Barovia, and I need a body to do that. And why would anybody give up their life for someone who's dead?
I would. I would have done so if you weren't hurting my friends. If you weren't hurting the things I cared about, I would have allowed you to be passenger until we find out a long-term solution. And instead, you betrayed that. You could have just talked to me about it, honestly.
Not really the passenger sort of guy. I'm more of a lead act.
Well, father, you're dead. All the pizzazz, charisma, and charm that you once had is no longer applicable here.
You've got me in a pickle, Redmond. A real pickle. I want out of here. I want out. I want out of the deal. I want out of Barovia. I want out of this stupid family. I want to be me. I want to travel again. I want to play shows. I want to wow people.
Then we can do this together. Maybe the outside of Barovia there's a long-term solution. But for now, we would have to do this together. And that means trust. You've broken that trust, and it will be hard to get it back, but I don't think it's impossible. You just have to try, and you have to be better.
I'm willing to accept these conditions. To let me be a passenger again, and I will swear not to raise any more whites to kill your friends.
That's a very specific. I hate how you call them whites rather than children. Maybe you won't.
They're husks, Redmond.
Their bodies.
In a way, you will be too eventually. Raw materials. It's all just raw materials.
Oh, that's your first mistake.
Waiting for an artist to breathe life into them.
Oh my fucking god, isn't it?
Yeah.
Father.
Yes.
And I'll just like look at him in the eyes. I guess we're looking in the mind's eye here.
Mhm.
And I'll say, I want to help, but you can't go on with these evil ways. And I just promise me that you won't harm me or the people I care about. That's all I ask. A small promise, and I will go to wherever that needs to be going to save you. Just promise this, please.
I promise. I promise I will try to be better. I promise I won't kill your friends. And I promise I won't do anything to you you will not let me do.
But we upgrade that kill to half, and we'll be good. Okay, and I'll say with like a very cheeky smile.
Well, accidents happen. I mean,
As
one of them could fall in love with me, you never know.
we never know. But it's an intention that matters. You won't intentionally harm it. Right, Father?
I can promise that. I won't intentionally harm anyone of your friends.
Then, Father? Welcome,
Excluding self-defense.
of course. Then, let's go on this journey together. And I
Ah.
kind of like reach out my hand.
He will also reach out his hand to shake. So with that, you attune to this weapon, this
A
instrument.
weapon?
It's an instrument, but it has some magical properties. So all three of your attunement slots are full now.
Yeah.
You gain a flaw. The
Yep.
flaw is, I didn't have this prepped. I am so sorry.
That's okay.
But
I'm on cursed weapons like a.
he is a narcissist.
Yep.
So your flaw is that you now have this flaw as well. You can flavor it however you would like, but you are the sole. You think of yourself as the sole person who is capable. You are the only person who is able to do things. Basically, narcissism.
Oh, I can play with that well.
Generally,
I can
yes.
play that really well. That's great. Yeah.
This is a lawful evil item.
A whole range of items.
Mhm.
Evil, neutral, and good.
Mm-hmm. The whole range. It is an instrument of the bards. Instrument of the bards. H-I. Instrument of the bards. There we go. Show to players. Boom.
Boom.
It is the Clear. So once a day you can cast Stone Shape, Wall of Fire, or Wind Wall.
And
You need to roll a Wisdom saving throw because you are not a bard. Anytime you want to cast any of these spells, you take psychic damage in the course of casting them if you fail a Wisdom save.
Okay.
Yeah, you now have access to that. And you have
Wonderful.
your narcissistic lawful evil father jumbling around in your head.
May I briefly interrupt?
Mhm.
To add, instrument all, fly, invisibility, levitate, protection from evil and good, plus the spells listed for the particular instrument.
yes,
That's correct.
there's more.
Oh.
So you have those four as well.
Okay, yeah. Let's go.
Yes, so Rory and Ireena, you are outside praying. Ireena would have joined you in prayer, and during the course of it, she looks to you and she says, I am a little nervous about this abbot.
It all seems a bit off.
The people in Kresk, they said he only comes down every once in a while and he hasn't aged in centuries. Do you think it could be him in disguise?
Certainly a possibility, especially considering that he came down from up here when we were speaking with a lot of light. Yet this feeling that I used to have back in my old profession. I got this feeling every time I knew something was not quite right and I should go back. This feeling of imminent dread.
I know that feeling. It's like you're standing on the edge of something that you can't quite manage and like you're holding your breath and you just can't let it out.
Like you are walking to the edge of the cliff without noticing the fall that you are about to take.
Exactly. I don't like that feeling.
Well, we came here because we had something to do here, so... A bit late to turn back now?
That's true. We'll find this magic item and we'll find a way to break this divine connection or whatever it is. We can do it.
I mean, I think we are meant to be here. After all, this is the place that Lathander chose to be his last stronghold, I guess.
That is true. Anyway,
It
I'm
is the place where you were reborn.
also true. Either way, I'm glad I'm here with you. It would be terrifying to be doing this alone. And with that, you hear what sounds like the flapping of wings and a ringing in your ears, almost as if a chorus is singing in some distant place. And suddenly, standing before you is a 7-foot tall man, seemingly untouched by snow. He wears priestly vestments, and the snow, as it hits his skin, immediately melts and turns to steam. And he looks down at you with this unreadable, imperious expression with irises that are like, they look like they're genuine gold. And he just looks down at the two of you, and he says, "What brings you to my abbey, children?"
Guess I'd stand up from my prayer position. Would bow down in front of him.
There is no need for that. You are not alone. Not anymore. Not servants of the great Amanator. The Morning Lord himself.
I thank you for welcoming us in your abbey. We are here to... It is hard to find the right words about for this, considering the place we are at. We have been told that the abbey here itself is one of the places which Lord von Zarevich has corrupted. One of his sources of his power. One of the
Corruption?
sources for its curse.
Corruption? No, there's no corruption here. My daughter Zigfrek tells me that you are not to be trusted, but I don't trust her particularly more than as a door guard. He looks over the two of you and looks past you to the gatehouse beyond. He says, "There's no corruption here. But if you oppose the Devil's Strahd, we have things to talk about. Would you like to come in?"
It would be our pleasure. Shall we get our friends? Or shall I stay outside?
Do. And he turns around and seemingly gliding through the snow, each footstep passes through the snow without any resistance whatsoever, and they leave melted water behind as he returns to the abbey. And you see Zigfrek peeking around the door to the entrance. She's got her eyes squinted at you, and she raises 2 lizard fingers to her eyes and points them at you, and points back at her eyes, and goes back inside.
Well, I guess by this point I would be frozen to the bone, but I would go to the others, peek my head through the little whatever there is if there's even a door.
Mhm.
Like, my friends, the abbot is ready to see us. It would be... What is the word? Rude, I guess, to the heavenweight.
Oh, the abbot will see you?
The abbot will see any who devout themselves to the morning knot.
This is amazing. I will keep the food safe.
It's all gonna be gone when they're back.
Maybe.
Maybe.
We better than go. Not freeze ourselves to death.
And also turn to Ireena, like, did you feel that? Seems peel off, but he seemed to radiate warmth like our Lord himself.
There is something holy about him. I would like to do that thing Ireena taught me. When we see him again, that divine sense. There is something about him that's off. He doesn't seem like one like us. He seems like he's something else.
He certainly doesn't seem like a normal human, even if he looks the part.
No. And with that, you are welcome to approach the Abbey.
Yeah.
Yay!
Look at that, Rory turning into a faithful acolyte of the faith.
Rory's amazing.
Look at her actually starting to change. Amazing.
Woohoo!
People said
Hey.
it couldn't be done.
A 15-foot high curtain wall joins the Abbey's two wings. Beyond its battlements, two guards stand at attention, their features obscured by fog. Below them, set into the wall, is a pair of 10-foot tall wooden doors reinforced with bands of steel. To the right of these doors, mounted on the wall, is a tarnished copper plaque.
What does the plaque say?
You'll have to get closer, but you can squint at it, and it says, "May her light cure all illnesses."
St. Macovia.
And these guards, there are some over here, and some over here. There's one right here, next to the well. They don't.
Are they all hybrid
Move.
creatures like Otto?
No, they seem to just be standing there, unmoving, watching you.
We're just bound to the dude that is standing at the well since we're like right in front of him.
Yeah. As you bow, a bit of the blizzardy wind picks up, and his cloak gets brushed aside, and you can see that it's just a scarecrow underneath.
I feel a bit stupid. I usually should be better than this. A bit obvious to me. Come on.
You can make a perception check if you would like.
With disadvantage because I'm cold.
Yes.
Those are both. My perception check, I think the highest
Yeah.
I rolled was like a 10.
Yeah.
Counterbalance.
It seems like all the guards are scarecrows. They each are holding like a spear and a shield, and they're wrapped up in a cloak, and they're bulky like they're wearing armor. But as far as you can tell, they're all just scarecrows stuck into the ground.
Can I take a shield?
If you would like to.
Yeah, I'll just.
If you try to, I will. Redmond, are you trying to steal from the Abbey?
I was going to ask this individual, the abbot, later, but I just thought, if I have something like this, it'd help me protect people, and that's what that matters, right?
I know this is weird coming from me, but if you want to take it and then ask him, then maybe you should consider doing it the other way around, where you ask him first and then you take. It seems weird that I am the one that has to say this in this situation.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. It's just, you're right, actually. I'm so sorry. It's just old instincts kicking in. Old beliefs. I'm so sorry. I don't know what. It's just something. You know what? You're right. You're right. Yes. For a second there, I just thought I was above the law. I'm not.
Just look at Ireena confused. Like, did you hear that? He just said, "Am I right? Did I?"
Yeah, Redmond, are you feeling alright?
Is
Yes. I'm just really tired and cold, honestly.
Is this how it is supposed to be when you?
Hey.
Good.
Yeah.
I feel like I should have done this earlier. She just
This is
gets
what you
this
like
like super confused, just like, huh? It feels nice.
Let's go see the abbot, shall we? Yes.
Yeah. So as you walk past the well, you hear the rattling of chains within.
Oh gosh, is someone stuck down there?
Redmond, I think it is just the wind, but if you would feel better, we can check.
Yes, you can see that the winch for the bucket is all the way extended down, and it is taut.
As in, taut is in the sense of it's full of water and
There's something-
at the bottom.
It's weighed down by something.
No. Can I see anything when looking down the well with my dark vision 120 feet?
With 120 feet, yeah. Actually, I'm going to have you roll another perception check.
What do my perception eyes see?
That
Let me go, Rory!
18.
Hell yeah!
Zero, my friend.
I need to pull up
You're
their stats.
underestimating
It's
how
not going to be good
perception
enough
is.
anyway.
I would be neutral because of advantage on it. It is a 90 because I would be neutral because of advantage because of my magic item. I forget every time.
Yeah, I have a dex of -1, so it's not going to work. About 80 feet down, you see the chain sort of scoops to the side, and it is being held there and drunk from by a creature. One arm is a batwing, which is sort of hunched up behind its back, and it has 3 other arms on the other side that are spider legs. And two of these spider legs are attached to the wall. The other one is holding the bucket up in front of it, and you can see the back of this thing's head as it's drinking from the water bucket.
Huh.
And that's what's
He
been
did mention
rattling the
his
chain.
dad got turned into a spider.
Spider. Father!
Nothing to worry here, my friend. It seems to be one of the other children of the abbot.
See that.
Somewhat
It is
half
all a bit-
spider, half bat.
It is all
quite
a bit
curious.
peculiar, isn't it?
You can also see that his feet, there are chains hanging off of each of them, which extend down further to the bottom of the well, which you can't see. They are also taut, as if they are being held down by something.
Seems like this one in
Ireena.
particular is supposed to stay inside, and measures for that have been met. Ireena, we about the thing that we've talked about before. That feeling is getting a bit stronger. I am slightly confused because it is going in both directions.
This seems like holy and evil things together. Redmond, perhaps we could sense what is around?
Of course. And
You're
You
more
have to
experienced
think.
with this than me, so we can do it together.
yes, that's good. I'll kind of hold Ireena's hand.
Yeah, so you can
Oh,
both
that's the nice one.
use divine sense. First off, the violin or the lute, not violin,
Lute.
you carry, it reeks like a noxious odor. It smells like sulfur.
Yeah. Nice.
But other than that, you don't sense any undead nearby, but there is a pervasive sense of holiness about this place. And you've never sensed one before, but the brightness and warmth of it, as far as you can guess, is what you would imagine a celestial would feel like
Holy shit! We have a
an
bloody
angel.
An angel. Oh my good. Okay, that's strong.
Yeah, so Ireena is shocked, and she says, "What? It here? In Barovia?
It's surprising in this place, but I'm sure we'll know it when we see it.
It's coming from this direction, by the way."
Oh.
And
Leave there as well. The ones that melt the snow.
she will glance back down the well and say, "I don't sense anything particular off of him, but he doesn't give me good vibes."
As far as I know, your senses might be a bit. He's quite far down, is what I'm trying to say.
That's true.
I don't know how far your senses reach for this, but it could be the reason.
About 60 feet.
Oh, he's further than that. Yeah, I would have imagined about 90.
Alright. Well, I guess we go see the abbot then. She looks to the bell tower, which is this building over here. She says, I guess that's where he would be.
I think so. That's the direction I feel the sense coming. Maybe a connection.
As you pass by towards there, you can see that there are a number of they seem like additions. They're sort of wooden rooms that have just been nailed and boarded up together alongside the walls. They're these little cubbies here. Each of them has a wooden door that is shut and locked from the outside. As you pass by, if you're not making an effort to be quiet, you can hear rattling and screams start to come out from inside. There are various voices. They say, "Feed us! Feed us! Otto, you stupid idiot! Feed us!"
Oh, no. I ignore it. I ignore it.
I
Fair
think
enough.
this place is at least in the top 3 of weird things that happened here in the last couple of weeks. You think those are the ones that supposedly got revived or saved by the abbot?
I think something is going on here, but I'm not sure if it's good.
I think whatever is creating these people might tie into the corruption of the abbey.
Ah, you don't say. We should. Ah, being on the guard.
Alright. When you get to the main hall, yes, you can hear as you open the large double doors, the bell above is already ringing again, and it's as I intimated before. It's the wrong time. It's not the right number of bells for the hour, but it definitely rings. Also, that is not the token I meant to show. That person isn't here. Oh well. I didn't update the token to the new portrait, but there you go. Yes, the bell has already begun to ring a random hour. That doesn't match the actual hour that it is. Beyond that, as you open the doors, you can, again, you feel that sense of like a choir playing in the distance. And it's just outside of the range of what you can actually tell as sound. It's sort of just a pervasive atmospheric thing. There's a large 50-foot stone room ahead with arched stained glass windows. Of course, they're all frosted over and covered in snow, so the light that comes through is blue and cold. The hearth has a massive fire within, and there's a large iron pot in there. And above the fireplace, on the mantle, is a giant golden disc shaped like a sun. In one corner, a wooden staircase climbs to the upper level. The other, a corner staircase descends into darkness. Several chairs surround a wooden table that stretches nearly the length of the room. There are wooden dishware and gold candelabras arranged neatly on the table. And standing behind that is a beautiful young woman with alabaster skin, dressed in a torn and soiled red gown. Her auburn hair is neatly bundled so as not to touch her soft shoulders. She seems lost in her own thoughts. However, the man that catches most of your attention is the abbot, who is currently standing with his back to you lot. He is setting places on the table, and you can see that there's a delicious spread of fruits, steamed vegetables, no meat anywhere in sight, laid out on the table. And he turns to you all and smiles, and you see that this man is 7 feet tall, comically beautiful, like if you were to see the statue of David, but alive. And again, he radiates this sort of warmth, this golden glow about him.
Is this? How long does divine sense just means?
It's a minute, I believe.
Minutes. Yeah. I get the feeling it's coming from this individual.
Yes.
Just a hunch.
No,
He's-
that's just auto on the back. Just saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, he smiles at you and he says, "Welcome to the Abbey of Saint Markovia. I am the abbot. You're welcome. You can come in peace, and you're welcome to leave in peace, and I hope you leave a little bit of your joy when you leave. Bring no malice here." He motions at the table. "You're welcome to partake. I suspect it will be tastier than whatever that guard fed you at the doors."
Otto? Yeah, Otto's nice. We had some stew.
He nods. A bit of a sneer curls his lip. He says, "Otto is an interesting fellow." Then he will circle the table and sit in front of the fire. And then he will look up to the woman next to him and he says, sorry, we got outside of the stuff I had prepared again. He says, "Vasilka, have a seat." And the beautiful woman, she inclines her head as if she has to think about the command. And then she settles into the chair next to the abbot and he pushes it into the table. And he says, "You may eat, Vasilka." And then she daintily picks up a tiny silver fork and she pokes a little bit of cantaloupe and she chews it thoughtfully, a little bit at a time, daintily, with one pinky up.
I don't
Question.
quite trust.
Does this lady Vasilki give me the same vibes that the what was the name of the other one gave me? Similar vibes that Anastasia Garilova gave me.
By vibes, what do you mean exactly? Also, as far as you can tell, you don't know if this is because of your new class or anything like that, or if this just isn't the type of place, but you don't get any sense of this being consecrated ground in any way.
So, I mean, while she eats, the obvious things like, does she have pointy teeth? Does she seem like she's not breathing? Does she seem
It
less alive than you would
sounds
expect?
like this is either an investigation or an insight check.
Point of order. Divine sense. Was it working while we entered?
She was a little further outside of the range.
In
I
that
did not
case,
forget that.
I will use my insight with session advantage to make it not disadvantage, and I'll look at her. 24.
Yeah, it's hard to spot. You don't see anything vampiric about her, but there's little things. As she opens her mouth to put the fruit in her mouth, you can see there are little spots, almost like dimples on her skin as she moves her face. They look almost like scars or wrinkles, but they're a little too regular. It's almost like a patchwork pattern, like a quilt almost. They're barely perceptible, but she seems to have this patchwork pattern all over her body.
Oh, so like patches?
Yeah, patchwork. But it's barely noticeable. I will say none of the rest of you pick up on this. But since Rory specifically is looking at this, you can tell that this person appears to have been stitched together, but by a master surgeon. Like, surpassing mortal skills surgeon.
Damn.
Lord Ebbe,
Frankenstein.
I have a question.
What is your
bother
question,
me too
daughter?
much. It would bother me too much to not ask. The lady to your side, is she one of your creation?
Everyone here is my creation. And he fondly pats Vasilka on the shoulder. He says, everyone comes to the abbot to be healed. the Bellevues, the folks from Kresk, my lovely Vasilka. I heal all who come to me, and I turn none aside. Such is my mission. I have even helped Strahd ease his pain and his torment.
But these individuals seem in pain. Just the ones we passed even.
They seem so, yes. But they asked for it, and every time I have tried to undo it, they only get angrier. I have decided to let them be. This madness, this desire for these forms, it will run its course. They simply need to be kept away from the rest of the populace where they cannot hurt anyone or themselves. Kept in the quiet, kept in the dark, and eventually they will be healed.
That doesn't sound right. You don't heal anyone by, depriving them of these things. I mean, I'm sorry to come into your face and say these things, but what you're saying doesn't seem to sit well with me, as it's... You don't. I know this. Of course I do, that you are supposed to do specific things to help people, and to keep them in the dark is not one of them. You have to care for them. You have to make sure they're okay. You have to make sure that they're not in pain.
What my friend is trying to convey, I guess, is did these people know about the cost associated with the kind of healing that you provide them?
He frowns. He was about to say something to Redmond, and then he frowns when you mention a curse. He says, "Curse? Whatever do you mean?" There's no curse. This is the form they asked for. They were driven mad here. They resorted to terrible things in the cold, in the quiet, in the dark, all alone. They were driven mad. And in their madness, I had to help them. They wanted new bodies that would help ease the pain of their minds, and I gave it to them. It is not a curse. Everything here is as I wish it to be.
They're still clearly insane, though. Must realize that.
Certainly.
I see.
But, in a way, aren't we all mad? Life
Wasn't that
is
way.
long, and it is painful, and we all need our little delusions to keep going.
And force such a condition on them?
I force nothing. I keep them safe. Do you have any idea what the people of Kresk would do if they knew these people were here?
And
What?
I would have burned this place to the ground if I was in their shoes. What is going on here?
This is an asylum of sorts. Saint Markovia created this beautiful abbey to heal the sick and wounded in Barovia long, long ago. And then it was abandoned when we were taken into this dreadful place. And I came to bring it back to life, to heal and bring redemption back into this blessed place. And I have done that to the best of my ability. I mean, surely you have heard I have raised the dead in Kresk several times at this point. I do not solely work with the insane. I just keep them here because it's what is required to keep them safe. I give to each patient exactly what they need.
And what about those that are in those confines outside, under the wall?
They are kept safe. Oh, you speak of Mishka. Mishka has a particularly dangerous madness. He is convinced that he must kill. And the wiser the thing he kills, the more holy he is being. He's prone to hurting himself and others, and He needs to be restrained for his own good, you see.
Do I believe him?
It's a very good question. Would you like to make an insight check?
Yeah. Although it's not, she's not looking forward to resolving everything. And,
Would Diana make an insight check on when he said these people like transformations? She finds that absolutely.
Yeah, everybody can make an insight check if you would like.
yeah, 11.
I'm just going to toggle this real quick.
Oh, Diana!
Nice.
I'm not gonna do an insight check for Dhampir reasons.
Right? You look straight into his holy eyes.
It's purely because just the thing about them like transformations, that was what ticked her out.
So,
It's like just a little bit close to home, right, Huh?
Yeah.
he got a 23 on his charisma check. But a crit beats that. So the rest of you are convinced by this beautiful man. There's a sonorous quality to his voice that sort of makes you feel drowsy in the way that, like, if I don't know how many of you have been to church, I know at least a couple of you have, but if you've ever had to sit through sermons in like a really hot summer where everything's just sort of got this hazy golden light to it, and you just sort of get lulled to sleep by all of the droning up at the pulpit, it's that sort of a sense. But Diana, you cut through it, and you get the sense that
out of boredom usually.
exactly, more or less, he is convinced of this. He is convinced that these people need this, but you can see that there is an underlying disturbed quality to what he is saying, as if he knows this is what they need, but he is confused why it hasn't worked yet. So there is doubt there, but he is still convinced that this is necessary.
Do you wanna carry on your conversation with him, Drew? Or
No, like I am.
Yeah?
I'm very disturbed by the fact that I believe him right now. Right.
And he says, "Oh,
Right.
eat, please, partake.
I
These are gifts of the morning, Lord."
gingerly step closer to the table. Sit down. Sorry,
I'm sorry.
you can go first since you did the inside thing, but Rory is
Yeah,
gonna do the thing.
I sense that you're not entirely sure that this, I suppose, treatment works.
He looks to you, and there is, since you incited so well, there is a flash, a second in his golden eyes of anger at being questioned, but it's like less than a second. But then his face just softly smiles to you, and he says, "It has proven more difficult to get my work done here than I had initially intended. I had only meant to spend little more than a century here, and now it has been 3, almost 4.
Has all that time been trying to cure these people?
Not just these people. Saint Markovia was a great follower of the Morning Lord. She was a paragon, one of the founders of the religion in these realms, and her legacy to be lost under the shroud of a vampire is quite a shame. I have come here to cure Strahd. He was a good man. He was a follower of the Morning Lord. I'm sure you have heard by this point. He was once a benevolent ruler and a good man. He kept the honor of the humans going after that unfortunate 12th level spell mishap.
And how's that been going?
Not well. Strahd is a sad boy. A sad boy. There is so much passion within him, so much love, but He is so fixated on this one solution. It is as though he can't move past it. But there's so much love to be had. I'm sure all of you know when you look around at your friends, your siblings, your mothers, your fathers. There's all sorts of love to be had. You don't need one person's love. You don't even need a romantic love. But he doesn't want any of these. I have spoken with him at length, and they mean nothing to him. He is convinced if he can only earn the love of this one person, it would redeem all his sins, and he is convinced he can get out of here and turn back the sands of time, put off the shackles of his undeath. I don't agree. But I am sure, with time, I could find the right treatment. I could find the right solution to get him off of this silly obsession.
I look the abbot in the eye and I say, you know, I mean, I feel like I'm fitting to say this more than anyone. Sometimes you can't help everyone, and I look at the abbot and say,
How this
and you
conversation
guys-
is.
Sorry?
I was just muttering to myself, don't worry about it.
And you've invested so much time and energy. That's... I'm sure everyone can be redeemed, but if you waste yourself trying to do so, then you're only doing more harm. Good.
Time, he says, and he chuckles. Then he looks up at the golden sun behind him, and he says, do you know what this is a symbol of, Redmond?
No.
It is the crest of Aminator, dawn itself. Not just the sun, such a simple, burning orb in the cosmos, in the Ethereum, but the concept of the dawn itself, of law, of goodness, of the endless cycle of rebirth. What is time to a god? There is infinite time. There is infinite rebirth. Over and over again these things have happened. The center will not hold, things fall apart, we come back around, we have new birth. The center will not hold, we fall apart, we come back around. It's simply a matter of time. We just have to find the right thing. Nothing cannot be done with faith.
Did you say nothing can be done with...
Nothing cannot be done with faith.
I look at him in the eye and say, for many, I suppose like you, time doesn't matter, time doesn't mean anything. But for those who are constrained by time, those that are numerous and love and live and are shackled to time, those are the opinions that matter. Because to them, life and love are so fleeting, so finite. You have to know this is true. So why strain onto others your own beliefs? Abbot, do not think with faith that you can do anything. I have learned this lesson myself, and I am the best at this. With faith, you can't do everything. You have to accept a loss. It is a sign of betterment when you accept when faith cannot save something. Belief can't save something.
You are so young. So young. Everyone can be redeemed.
Fuck!
You only need to find the right path.
Something clicks inside Diana's head. She's been ignoring this conversation, looking to that sun that he talked about.
Mhm.
Where is that exactly in the room?
Yes, so behind the abbot is the large mantelpiece, and on it is a massive golden sun.
Hmm.
You would guess it's
Um,
about 200 pounds
£200.
of
Okay.
solid gold.
Abbott, could you tell us more about that sun, if you don't mind?
Certainly. He stands up and turns his back on you. And he begins describing the make of this sun, its heritage. It is an ancient holy reliquary. Reliquary. It was taken here to Barovia after the fall of the Netherese cities. The worship of Abominator, god of law and of the dawn, led the faithful here to the lands after Strahd conquered them. They brought this relic with them. It's from the ancient church that was on in the Upper Kingdom. He lists the artisan and all the people that have repaired it. It is an exhaustive list. The details glaze over.
Yeah. As that explanation ends, I won't interrupt him. I feel there's something about it. Would you mind if I looked behind it, perhaps?
He stops what he's doing, and he looks at you. And I would like to get another insight check from you, please. I'll give you advantage since you have seen through this guise. You have not fallen to his natural wiles.
17.
I will have him roll something. That was a crit fail? Hot damn.
Mm.
Okay,
Nice.
yeah, he looks at you. Um,
I wanna-
yeah, and he has like a +7 to this, so... yeah, he looks to you, and you could see that little bit of anger at being questioned before. It's increased, and he is angry that you have asked this, and this is something he does not want you to do. And there's maybe a little bit of fear in there too. He says, "Why ever would you want to move it, my dear? This is a holy relic. We stand here in worship of it. It has hung here since the founding of this place. It's never been moved."
We received a divination from Madame Ava that behind the sun and the House of the Saints there is a powerful force that can help us in.
He waves his hand and he
Uh,
says, "Superstitious nonsense. Time may flow differently here and it may be porous, but divination is a sketchy subject for mortals. There's nothing behind this sun. You have nothing to worry about."
She has not been incorrect so far.
I
You seem kind of.
frick, I
You
closed
seem
this.
somewhat scared.
Madame Ava is kind and has only been out to help us.
Yes.
Doesn't have anything. He nods and he says, "I have heard as much before. You are not the first to be sent on a wild goose chase by Madame Ava. I can assure you, I promise you, as a holy servant of the Morning Lord and a being of genuine goodness, there is nothing behind this sun."
I
Well,
would like
there
to
would
roll
be
the
no
dice
harm
for
in
that,
checking
actually.
that. Surely it's.
You would not disrespect this place by touching so holy a relic that is so ancient. Surely you understand. I just gave you the whole etymology of it. The
Well,
genealogy of it.
We would not dare touch it, obviously, but your hands are so holy that surely you could be the one to move it first. I know it isn't. I know it is a hard service to ask, but since we are guests, I would appreciate your hospitality. I think from our earlier conversation that there's more to discuss, but this should happen first.
We can get the insight rolls if you would like.
I have to roll insight.
No, anybody that would like to roll insight on his saying that there is nothing behind the sun.
Jesus
Holy
He's full of shit.
shit.
He's full of shit. And
Full of shit.
and he's starting to get upset.
Okay, this is like the last point for Rory. She will just shake her head, put her hands on the table, and stand up. This isn't right. Everything that I know, everything that I've been taught, everything that I've been seen.
Everything that you've been taught, Skizex. What are you speaking of? You know nothing of the Morning Lord.
I have talked to him. I have talked to Saint Miracovia. I have seen the true radiance of the Morning Lord, of the Yellow God, of the Keeper of the Eternal Sun.
There's genuine shock
You-
on his face when you say that.
You might have been the Morning Lord yourself one time in the past, but you've strayed from the path that you set out to follow. This just isn't right. Your twisted ways have led you to these atrocities, to these corrupted beliefs. You, Abbot, you are no true follower of the Morning Lord. Even I, someone who just recently ventured onto this path, can see clearly. You are lying to yourself and to us.
He looks
To
like
the
he...
people that came here, the people that sought salvation, healing. You tricked them, tricked yourself. She just continues shaking her head and just looking at him disapproving.
He shakes his head and he says, "You don't know what you're talking about. You didn't speak to the Morning Lord. I've spoken with the Morning Lord. I've sat next to him. I was at his left hand for millennia. You don't know what you're talking about." And he stands up taller and he straightens out his vestments and he says, "But I forget myself. Perhaps you should finish your meal and make your way out."
Abbott, where is the love for all that is around? Or do you only love one individual?
Boy, I love deeper and more completely than you can possibly imagine.
And yet you patronize. Love is not something where you patronize others, where you dismiss someone's ardent belief. And at this point, like, Red is kind of like standing up, like in awe, almost empowered by Rory's speech, and starts talking. Just there's this kind of like more elder, I guess, aspect to their voice from an unknown source, and says, "You preach of love ingrained and deep, but you do not show it. Where is it gone? Where is the welcome arms of one as holy as yourself in such a place? Where is the helping hand? Where is this?" I'm almost disgusted saying it. The grace of the Morning Lord.
You wanted the grace of the Morning Lord. He stretches his arms to the side, and then all of a sudden, it's like the beautiful man you saw before melts away, and
Oh.
in its place, you see he grows taller, and almost 9 feet tall, you see what is ostensibly a man, with pearlescent white skin like marble. He has gold bracers on his arms and a gold armband. He's girded around the waist with gold silk that hangs down around his feet, and 2 massive eagle's wings curl out around his shoulders, around in front of him, and his blonde hair just falls neatly around his face, and his eyes have become 2 radiant pools of golden light. And he looks at you and he says, "Behold the splendor of the sun.
seems that the sun only knows how to burn those around it, rather than welcome and warm them in its light.
This is not the light of the morning, Lord. You're right, Red. This is not the warmth that envelops you, the light that shows you the way. This is heresy, and I will not stand it. I will not stand you misusing the Lord's name for your own selfish desires.
He points at you and he says, "Nothing I do here is selfish. I give selflessly of myself for the welfare of this land. I will allow you to leave."
Oh fuck, I don't know if this is a bad idea. Please stop me, gang, if this is
If anybody would like to make a religion check, you are welcome to.
Oh, yeah.
Left with
will-
disadvantage, goddammit.
Are you weak?
20.
Keep in mind exhaustion as well, for those
Yeah,
that have it.
that's why it's disadvantage.
I know shit about
Still
it.
20.
Yeah, so Rory and Drew, you would know that this is a deva, which is a type of angel.
Ireena knows as well, apparently.
Yes. Well,
Yeah.
she is steeped in this, it makes sense. I don't have a picture in the overhead of what a deva looks like, but you could probably Google it.
I'm gonna do that.
Looks like a angel if put through the He-Man character design philosophy.
Yep. Ah, I see. Yeah, Deva.
Yeah.
Big
Oh,
tag.
Yeah,
Sure,
and so
manual for that.
he waves his hand in front of his face and he says, "Begone from here, or I will show you the burning light of the Morning Lord. You say not everyone can be redeemed. Perhaps you are such."
Mm.
You think that the ruler of this land, which has done so much evil, is much easier to be redeemed than guests who are contentious with you about your beliefs. The abbot, you have been misled. I believe deep down that you may be good in your desires, good in your intentions, but you need to see. You need. I can help you. Oh shit! This narcissism flaw is really hard to
I can fix you.
hard to present. We can fix this. You just need to say yes. Abbott, it's not too late.
He shakes his head, he says, "There's nothing to fix in me.
Mm.
I will heal this land." He points to Vasilka. "I will give him the bride he needs, not the one he wants. And then his heart will heal and we can all go home."
You try and placate evil without healing the wound?
"I
Rory,
heal the wounds of the heart, boy. Now, are you leaving or not?" And then he holds his hand out in front of him, and shimmering out of radiance in his hand appears a massive golden mace.
Mm.
I feel like
Rory,
we're
it's
planning for a confrontation here, gang. I feel like
Mm.
we're getting close.
Now,
Place.
Rory has this look of revelation on her face, and then she just points at him. "You. I thought something was off. We were told there is a corruption here, and I think I found it. I disapprove of you, of your being. You are the thing, the cursed entity.
He chuckles and he says, "Then try and take it from me."
I would also love if that counts, considering what it's supposed to be, if that is the moment I do this. Because I feel like it fits thematically.
Yeah. Go for it. The curse.
Yeah, basically
DC
curse him
15
with my
charisma save.
Avengers
huh? Oh.
sensor.
So this will kick off initiative.
Alright.
Oh wait. Public.
Ah, this has been like, I don't know. This is one of those combats where I'm not sure that we're making the right decision.
In terms of
But-
fighting him, out of character or in character?
All right, Ireena, go for
Um,
it.
I don't know. Like, I genuinely don't know. In character, like, it's definitely a case of this guy thing has good intentions, but has been corrupted in some way.
Kind of stitches like people into corpse-like entities.
Yeah,
And,
yeah.
an island with insane people that he turns into
Let's go.
half-beasts. Let's say there is point of intention there.
Yeah.
This is amazing, though. I love this. This is amazing for Rory. I love
It's
it.
perfect timing.
Yeah.
I feel like I fumbled a bit of the Rahadin meeting. I wasn't quite ready for that, but this went really well. This part here.
That was amazing. Love it. Ignore the Ireena roll. Just remove it if you can. Then we do the, because I forgot that we do the thing where she moves on her Rory's turn. Which, funnily enough, she once again rolled in a way that she and Rory would basically go at the same time.
Mhm.
Yeah.
All right.
This is how it goes.
So, Diana, you see, you hear the censure in Rory's voice, and the magic goes out towards the abbot, and he responds by brandishing his mace. But
I
you are
will
quicker.
Put something in chat because the person doesn't know that I tried to curse them.
Oh, never mind.
And RP wise, I would go with Rory doesn't know this as well.
Gotcha.
Because I feel like this is more of a proper point for her to properly awaken her powers, even if she used it before in some random mobs.
But with that, you see the abbot raises his mace to
I
attack.
mean, it's fair. Even without the magic, he would be like, yeah, fuck off. I'm gonna fuck you over.
Oh, I've been muted. Shit. In
Oh,
Diana's
there you go.
mind, this. Yeah, in Diana's mind, this thing is gonna go immediately for Redmond or Rory, so she's gonna want to get in between it there, and oh, I don't know whether to attack it or not.
Look it up.
On him. Okay, I will Hunter's Mark, bonus action, and then go for my first two attacks.
Okay. Both of those will hit, yeah.
But yeah, they still hit. So shit. No. I get 3 because it's my first turn. That second one subtract a d8. Subtract 1 because the d8 was a 1 with Red Ambush, which is not bad. So 20, 33, 38 damage from those two.
Okay.
And then that's the
That one will miss.
second of the attack action. That one misses. Okay. And then for my offhand attacks, a 17 and a 21.
Hot damn. Both of those will hit as well.
Nice.
Nice. Holy shit, damn.
That's as good as it gets. That's my first turn over.
So what's the damage on those?
On the second two,
Is it all that's listed there?
It's yeah.
Or do we
all
have to do
that,
any of the subtraction?
No more.
So that's 30 if I'm not mistaken.
Is that all?
This is magical. Yeah.
He takes all of those. You see his skin splits under it, and white blood sticks to your blades and glows slightly.
All right. I genuinely don't know if that was the right choice. I will say to him, "How dare you threaten my friends? If you are truly holy, then I am sorry."
He looks back at you and says, "How dare you attack my person?"
Okay, that's again.
Also, on top of the table, you are just eye to eye with him. He's like 8 feet tall now.
Yeah. Oh god.
Brings us to
Uh,
Ez, unless you had something else.
No, that's it.
Okay.
Alrighty. Seeing that all unfold. Do I know something about Dell specifically? Some like mechanically.
Yeah.
Like,
What was your religion check again?
17 it was.
17.
Yeah.
With that, you know they would be resistant to anything non-magical. They're also made of radiance, so it might not be the best way to hurt them.
Okay. Okay.
They also have the ability to heal, and you know at least this one specifically can raise the dead as well.
Right. Gotcha. Who else? It was. Who got it? Oh, Rory got it. Okay. Yeah. Quickly, just shout about the resistances, about the radiance,
Mhm.
not harming them as much, and then I'm going to get close to the creature.
Yeah.
And you know what? You know what? You know what?
What?
I'm
With your 3
going
attacks.
to-
Mhm.
Yeah.
Madam Eldritch Knight.
Mhm.
Actually, I'm going to get to Diana and throw a pinch of iron dust at her, and with that, I'll cast protection from evil and good on you.
Nice. Could you
Okay.
post it in chat so I could be
Yeah.
reminded of what it does?
Yeah, it's disadvantage on attacks against celestials, for example, aberrations, elementals, deads, and all that stuff. Can be charmed, can be possessed. The good stuff. Right.
Thank you.
All right.
This would be my action, and I will move across land.
All right.
Just
As you pass by, you see that the woman who was softly eating just a minute ago, she's looking up at you with genuine shock, and she's looking around at everybody as if this is completely unexpected. This burst of energy.
Mhm.
So that is Ez's turn. Now we get to Siegfried, who has been hiding on the stairwell, listening in.
Come on, Siegfried, don't be a dick. Of course they're gonna be a dick.
Yeah, so she's gonna hobble her way down. She only has 20 feet of movement, but she's gonna get to the bottom of the stairwell. And seeing what's going on, she's gonna pluck out one of her daggers, 2 of her daggers actually, and she's gonna say, nothing but troublemakers. Don't hurt the abbot." She's going to throw a dagger at Ireena and a dagger at Rory. So 6 damage on Ireena, and I'm assuming a 5 misses Rory.
Yeah, just barely.
And then she hisses, and you can see that she has a forked tongue that comes out of her mouth. But that is her turn. She says, "Leave him alone! Get out of here! I knew you were nothing but trouble!" And how does your turn and Ireena's turn? Mia.
Yeah. So, Rory will jump over here. Between the abbot and the patchwork lady. It's like a patchwork family, but just in one person. Yeah. And once again, she stands in front of him, being significantly smaller than him, and looks up at him. This burning disapproval in her eyes. And once again, tells him, "You are no abbot. You are no morning lord." And will once again, I guess, wait, I will have to check actually if the thing says something about not being able to do it if someone resists.
I think you can choose to use it as a.
It is a bonus action, but I just... it doesn't really say anything about not being able to do it again, so I will once again try, I guess. hoping that maybe one time he will fail. Because I feel like I really want this on him. God fucking damn it.
19.
Yeah. He's a big boy.
He has
So-
very high charisma.
Then I will get out my silver rapier and will poke him.
Okay.
Eventually. That is the wrong button. I'm guessing a 9 will miss.
Yes, a 9 will miss, unfortunately.
And
Is
I
it
will look
disadvantage?
over at...
What's that?
Oh no, it's not disadvantage. I'm so sorry. My brain just fried for a second.
It's okay.
Sorry.
Only one level of exhaustion.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Yeah,
Yeah.
it was still a disadvantage. And then Rory will look over at Ireena
I can
and
double
just
check
tell
what
her,
that does.
"It is behind the sun, my love. The thing we are looking for. The thing that he fears."
She nods and she says, I will do my best. It's very big.
You'll, I guess, run around. It is above the hearth, right?
Yes, it is. The hearth itself is about 4 feet to the top. And then above the mantelpiece is this 200-pound golden sun that's about maybe 8 feet across in diameter.
Jesus.
It's very big.
I don't know
and
what
it's
she has
solid
to do,
gold.
but she will try to rip off the symbol.
Well, this is a good question. She could use athletics to try to push it off the wall. She could try to persuade the sun to roll off the wall.
Can you see if there's like a way to actually get it off, or like if there's like a hole behind?
Oh, like
it?
just a plan?
Yeah, just to look if there's like a way to like grab
Sure.
something that is behind the sun. For example.
We could call that an investigation or a perception, whichever one she's better at.
Oh, she's slightly better at perception, so she will do that. It's a 5.
Yeah, can't tell anything. She can't even tell how it's bolted to the wall, honestly. It's completely flush with the stone of the mantle. Like, she's imagining at this point she would have to get something under it to pry it off.
Well, yes, that is. She will get ready to do that next turn,
Beauty.
and I will try to hold off this heretic.
That brings us to the
Somehow.
abbot's turn. So the abbot will place a hand on his chest, and he will say, I am not the Morning Lord, but I speak with his authority. And you
Oh,
see
no.
his
Some of
wounds
the followers
begin
are
to
called
close.
Morning Lords. If I read it correctly.
Yes, you are correct. But he
Yeah,
says,
like the high priests basically that themselves start to radiate radiance.
mhm.
That's what I mean.
No. I was going to see if I was going to roll the thing, but yes, he heals himself. And then he is going to bring the mace down on your head, Rory.
I feel like this is going to be painful. It will.
Holy
Oh my
shit.
lord.
Damn.
Yep, I mean, whatever that rogue is.
Evasion?
Yeah.
Yeah, you have that.
Or uncanny
that.
dodge.
Uncanny
Yeah.
What is it? 13, 27, 49.
Yep.
That wouldn't have been an instant.
Yep.
would it?
But close.
So, 24.
Yeah.
With uncanny
I'm down
dodge.
to 12 HP with that.
And then he is going to flap his wings and attempt to get away. So we can get opportunity attacks from Rory, Diana, and Ezmerelda.
Oh.
Nope.
Does Hunter's Mark only work in your turn? Or
It's just the extra
Okay.
damage, right? I think it's-
I'm looking.
Sneak attack works not on your turn. Once
Yeah,
per
it's
turn.
it's not.
Yeah,
It's
in
not.
theory, I
Yeah.
can do big attack damage
You
twice.
can it's on an attack on the yeah, you can.
That'll
As
hit.
long as the conditions met on that. So.
But I miss anyway, so I'm guessing.
Yeah. So Diana manages to hit,
Diana is just the only one hitting.
which is a total of 12. So he is going to fly 10 feet up, and then he is going to fly over this way. Actually, no. He's going to fly 10 feet up and then hover in the air here, 10 feet in the air, just out of melee reach. And he's going to look down at Ireena. He's going to say, "Stop what you are doing." Then we come to Volk's turn.
That guy.
Guess I am muted. Okay, I am here. I was muted. Alright, so, but what if I became a big thing?
A big thing.
A big
I
thing.
gave you a menagerie, so you should have rollable stats.
Large beast. Actually no, because you didn't give me CR2 creatures.
I'm so sorry. Which creature would you like to become?
The cave bear.
So here,
It's a
we'll
big
just
guy.
add this. Ignore the token whenever it decides to load.
Yep. So,
Boom.
Cave bear.
Edit.
Can a cave bear reach him 10 feet up?
It would be able to, yes.
Nice.
Because you are 10 feet up in the air too.
Cool. I'm also on top of a table.
There you go. You should be able to roll with its stats now.
Cave bear.
Should be able to. Show to players. There we go. Edit.
There he is.
Edited and controlled by all
Yep.
players.
I can see. I can see it, Neil. Lovely. What Volk is going to do, once I get this thing functioning, Volk is going to, like, clamber up on the table as a kitty cat and, like, while walking across the table, or, you know, sprinting across the table, their form just grows and grows and grows and grows from a tiny cat
Mhm.
to a large bear.
I love it.
And let's see if I hit. Well, we'll see how many. We'll see how I hit, and then I'll describe what I do depending on that.
2
bite
hits?
and 2 claws. All right. Do any?
3
of those
hits.
hit?
Yeah, all 3.
3 hits. So what Volk does is they grab his leg with their jaw
Mhm.
and like tug downwards, and then reach up with their claws and rake down his leg.
Yeah.
With these massive claws.
Let's get some damage rolls.
All right.
You should just be able to click on the icon.
Yes. The bite does 7 damage.
Bite does 7.
I don't know why.
And they count as magical, right?
Yes, they do count as magical for the purpose of overcoming resistances.
And then 2 15s, is that right?
Yeah. So that's a total of 37 damage.
Holy cow! CR2
Going down.
beasts.
Yeah. And Volk just like makes a bear roar, and telepathically in the guy's head. I think this is the first time Volk has spoken since we encountered this guy. Don't hurt my family.
Oh my lord.
Yeah, he is looking down at this thing chewing on his leg, and he sneers and he says, "I will kill all your family and send them home to the Morning Lord."
Oh, this guy's obviously rough now. Yeah, fuck this guy.
Redmond.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
No, no.
What you gonna do?
So I can't attack him really. So can I? So this thing is basically like this the sun that's kind of flush into the stone.
Yeah, you've seen Temple of Doom, right?
Yes.
You remember the big
Clamber up
disc
on
that they
my
run
back.
behind when they're being shot at the beginning?
Yes.
It's that, basically.
Oh, okay.
So,
You can climb onto me, then you can attack him.
that's true.
Can
They
I'm
are large.
literally connected to him right now.
Told you he was a cunt, by the
My-
way.
My my jaws are around his leg.
Hmm. Well, he's not grappled, but you could use them to get a bit of height.
Yeah.
Or you can get the sun.
What-
Yes, Drew?
Bear has 2 attacks, not 3.
Oh,
Yeah, one with a bite, one with
Cave bear, 2 attacks. Oh, 1 with bite, 1 with claw. You're right.
ah, there we go.
Minus 15.
So take away 15 of those damage.
That's okay. It still was a lot of damage.
Sorry. I misread.
It's all good.
I'll see on the page myself.
Mhm.
And then
You become shimmered in holy aura.
Yeah, is it like holy light? I always like to imagine it just like, like what is a paladin who doesn't believe
I mean, it's
in
your flavor to do with as you wish.
Yeah, I guess it's just a force of
Vanilla.
will, I suppose.
Force will glow. You get the shields from Dune.
Oh,
Ah,
shit.
yeah.
Yes.
Nice.
No one shoot laser. And I will attack twice.
Go for it.
Yeah, I'll attack twice. Legs.
Ooh. The 18 will hit. But as the sword strikes, you could tell the sword does not want to do this.
Oh, it does.
Sword has disadvantage on these attacks, but an 18 will still hit.
It doesn't want to do it. Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
This, as far as the sword is concerned, this is a good creature who it does not want to hurt. So it's actively resisting you, but you still manage to hit it for... Is the one radiant? Or is that... Oh, that's the magic damage. Gotcha.
Is it?
No, it's 1d10. It is the other kind of damage, one-handed or two-handed.
Yeah.
Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, because he's resistant to radiant, so that would be relevant. But yes,
It
you
doesn't-
slash
it
him.
It doesn't add my strength or the magic extra damage to the 1d10, so that's just extra 5, sorry. 5.
An extra 5 on top of the 9?
On top of the 1, sorry, on top of the 1, so it's 6.
Oh, okay.
8 and 6.
8 and 6 is 14.
No, sorry, it's 8, ignore the 8, it's a 6. It's 4
Oh, okay.
I'm so sorry, it is at the back.
No worries.
There we go.
It's all good.
That's it. That's
Yep.
Oh, you gotcha.
It is Vasilka's turn. Vasilka has not been given any commands, so she's just going to look confusedly between everybody. And she is actually going to notice... Actually, no, you know what I'm going to do? She's going to roll a perception.
Oh, Silco went down.
Silka, I don't know how Vazika works, but she saw her, whoever the dude is to her, attack me. So
She is, at present, not entirely there.
Yeah, she's like.
But with an 11, she can't tell what's going on. It's just a lot of noise and a lot of sound, so she's just going to cower there and take the dodge action.
This is so sad.
Diana, it is your turn.
Dan is gone.
Astora's gone. I'm sorry we're running late. Okay. How many freaking attacks does Diana get? A lot.
I think now it's 2, and she can use a bonus attack, the bonus action. So you do 2 offhand attacks with a -5. A lot is the answer.
Yeah. So she's going to do some Legolas shit. She's going to run up along the table, narrowly dodging all the fruit. She's going to kick off of Redmond, run up Volk's back, and do some slashes in the air as she passes by. So we get...
Oh, I better add my temporary hit points.
Do.
Shape.
In the offhand.
Nice.
Okay, so the last 2 are going to hit. Then there's a Hunter's Mark in there as well, I think. Which is another d4 of damage.
It's already on there. It's a d6 now because she's high level.
Oh, wonderful.
And I think of these offhand attacks, she has 2 because they get -5 to hit, but therefore she can do 2 at the same time.
That's right.
So many attacks, Jesus.
Mm.
But it's the way I feel like dual wielding should go. Besides
Mhm.
the fact that if you roll good enough, it is ridiculous how much damage you can do.
Oh yeah.
Another offhand.
Now, and then now, and then now.
Okay, so the last 3 hits. So we're looking at a 6, a 12, an 11, and a 14. So that's, or a 13. That's 23 plus 22 is 45 plus 4 is 49.
What the fuck?
It was basically Omaeva Shinderu.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So with that, Diana actually takes him out. She gets up to his level, and she drags one blade across, another blade across, and then as she passes by, she's going to bring them around and stab both of them into his back, right underneath his wings. And he shrieks, and then they both come tumbling down to the ground. And he lands with a thud, and then rolls over,
Is he alive?
unmoving.
Oh shit. Oh shit. We should help him because that's what good people do. Can I check if he's alive?
You certainly can. Ireena was going to attempt to pull the sun off the door. We're out of initiative, so we can do these 2 things at the same time.
While this is
Volk
happening, I
will help.
put my rapier and other weapon at the mongrel folk in the room. And I'll just stay right there.
Yeah, as soon as she sees the abbot goes down, she's like, no! And then, provided you don't threaten her, she's going to try to run away. But as soon as you get near her, she's going to stop and raise her hands in the air, surrendering.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. We don't want her running away.
I point to the southwest corner here, basically, just like stay there. In the
Okay.
corner.
She will begrudgingly shuffle over there. Now, the disc on the wall. Volk, you wanted to use your bareness?
Yes.
Let's get a cave bear's athletics check.
Okay.
With advantage because you have a couple of people helping you.
Cave bear, where did it go? It vanished.
The whole family is here helping out. Woo.
What,
I lost the cave bear.
It should just be,
Oh, there it is. I
yeah.
found it. I found it.
+5.
It's not inside my menagerie. That's why I
No,
couldn't
sorry.
find it.
I'll drag it in there.
No, don't worry. Athletics is strength.
Ooh.
That's 22.
Yeah, so, like a can opener, you raise your claws and you get him around 2 of the rays on the sides of the sun, and you just tear it down. And with an awful clang and clatter, this giant disc of gold goes falling to the ground, getting dents and scratches. And behind, you can see there is an alcove set into the wall where a cobble is missing. And within, you can see a little sun symbol of its own. It's a silver disc with a red gem in the middle and a long cord behind it, curled up. That will be our session for today, unless we have anything else to close up with. But you have found the holy symbol of Ravenkind.
Can you just tell me if he's dead? Is he dead?
Oh yes, medicine check. Sorry.
6.
Hard to tell. He's still warmed at the touch, but you don't feel any breathing. But then again, he's not exactly the type of thing that would need to breathe, so you have no idea.
I'll just do this now, but we can resolve this later, like next session. I'll just put 1 lay on hands on him. It's okay.
For 1 HP,
Yeah, 1
you certainly can.
I would also like to do one last thing too. For me end session basically. After grabbing the thing from the alcove,
Yes.
before next time, I go over to him and kneel down next to him, put my hands in a prayer, like, I feel sorrow for what happened to you. May you be reborn in the light of the morning, Lord. May Amonator take you with him and cleanse you of this impurity that has taken hold on you. And just does a silent prayer while holding the little silver symbol.
And Ireena will approach behind you and say, "Amen," and then kick him.
I mean,
I just give her this, Ireena. Come on.
Ireena's getting proxies.
yeah.
And she just looks at you and she says, "What? He's a dick."
Trust this.
He was a cunt, I know. But it is kinda the circumstantial things that made it be like this. Maybe. Or maybe he was just a cunt, I don't know. But
At least this one didn't try to steal your phrases.
He was an angel.
Mine did. Yeah.
An evil angel.
yeah,
Shakes her head.
I would also like to pluck one feather off him.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, you want to loot the body?
Sword is not even like
Okay, okay.
like gold.
I
I
will
just have
definitely
one
try and-
angel feather.
I will try and stop this shit. So maybe we should resolve this next session.
Yeah, we could resolve this next session.
I mean, Ireena kicked him. That's not.
He was also wounded. There's probably bits of him lying all over the place. Diana has his blood on her swords. You solved my angel puzzle with ridiculously high damage rolls.
It
Yeah.
was literally
damage
only
for sure.
Diana and then one attack from the bear.
Yeah.
Before we end, Cave Bear Volk just ambles over to Rory and Ireena and just like tresses like a cat, but because they were giant bear, they just like unbalanced slightly.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to return the hug in a way, trying to not completely get smashed by you. And like, yeah, you did good, good one, and give you big pats. And I already forgot what the thing that the symbol that we got is called.
Rory can ride on my shoulders.
We
now.
can preemptively do this so you have time to think about it through the week. But you haven't actually discovered this yet. The holy symbol of Ravenkind is now in the journal.
Ooh,
Yay.
Yeah, I would have
tasty
taken that, so I will for now put that in my inventory.
Such a tasty item.
So much magic items. Well, anyway, we are finished now. Thank you so much for playing. Thank you for bearing with me as I stumbled through the stuff I hadn't quite had prepared. I appreciate the hell out of all of you. I'm glad the abbot didn't take any